Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, September the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You can hear me and you guys can see my screen. Great. So a little pre-market action for me. I've actually covered everything now here. So anytime you see criminal investigation, that is obviously a not good thing. So this is the news for EAR after hours. They said that the government is launching a criminal investigation into EAR, and they've also yanked their 2021 guidance. So when I got up, because it was already down, I didn't see this after hours yesterday, but so when I got up, it was already down, and so I took the short just underneath that $9 level at 890. Got all the way down to about 828. I covered some at 845 and then on the way up about 855. So I'm out of this. I may look at reshorting it. The issue could be, of course, the uptick rule could get me. That's why I wanted to short it pre-market. Didn't have to worry about that at all. But at any rate, not a bad start for me. But, this could easily start to sink again. So that is the EAR. Nero has been, I almost got into this one pre-market, but I was concentrating too much on the EAR. And this is shortable too for me. This is what I was really looking at to short it, but again, I had to concentrate on the EAR. I don't see any specific news for NURO. Just keep looking to see if I can catch a headline. I don't see any specific news, but had a great run, pulling back somewhat right now. MRM, buying a company, and my goodness, look, this happened after hours yesterday. Yeah, I'm hearing Ader. But look at this. I mean, they're buying a company, and it didn't seem like that big a deal. Something like $3 million or something, but I guess with the float. So there's MRM, and it continues. So there's the after-hour action. Looked like it was going to dip, but now look at this, 1506 right now with 2 million in the float. Let's take a look at Ader. It wasn't on my list, it was down. Let's see what's happening here. Yeah, so financing reports deal hightail to pay down outstanding debt, etc. AMHC, they are buying a company, or Jasper, my notes say, oh no, okay, so this is a SPAC, and the shareholders have approved they're going to be buying a company called Jasper, so they're approving. And yes, you're absolutely right, the Fuse today is now trading as ML, and it's right around that 10 level, so not too exciting right now. RAD, R-A-D, is an earnings play, gapping down a little bit. I do see Tilray. I see no news specific to Tilray. I do see it moving higher. Is it still moving higher? Was that 30 the last time I saw? Yeah, I don't see any specific reason for it. I mean, they're going to announce first quarter. Okay, let me just see if they've on October 7th. Okay, so we have October 27th, so they're going to be doing it a little bit earlier. According to our data provider, it was supposed to be on the 27th. It looked like it's going to be on the 7th. That's the only news I see. But is that today, Grumpy? I mean, is it today? I mean, I do see that news yesterday, so maybe it's just a carry. I cannot believe the price of Canopy, though, CGC. I mean, this used to be it's just about the same as Tilray. Pavin, P-A-V-M. Another one I don't see any news on. but it's up. I think here's another one I don't see any news on, SYRS. You know, other than analysts offer, okay, Alliance Global Partners thinks Syros, pharmaceuticals, et cetera, but not very, again, I don't see any really specific news on it. Now here, I do see some specific news for POW, P-O-W-W, a DoD contract. I don't think the terms were disclosed or anything, but P-O-W-W, getting very close to that 200-day moving average. DBGI. I think this had a move after hours. Yeah, had the move after hours. Again, I don't see any news. It's a theme again. No news. Joby. Now, Joby, the news is, J-O-B-Y, the news is that Morgan Stanley has put a fairly aggressive price target on them at $16. So that is Joby, J-O-B-Y. And MAGS, M-A-G-S. M-A-G-S. This gap down, and sorry guys, I mean, I know here's the theme. I just don't see any specific news on it. Maybe I don't see a financing. I don't see anything on it. I do see, yeah, I see BlackBerry was an earnings play. Not terribly interested unless, you know, the WSB crew really gets a hold of it, but hey, let's see. So I do see CGC, Tilray. So Go EV, I'm seeing is moving a little bit higher here. Go EV. All right, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. Okay, we've got a few upgrades and a few downgrades. So let me see how many I can get in here. Oh, I forgot to mention Plug. I do have this up here. Piper Sandler put a $33 price target on Plug. Plug is up this morning. I think that's the only news I could really find for Plug. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Some of the downgrades in now. We have a downgrade for WWD from Goldman. Remember yesterday, Vail and a lot of the miners, metals, they were moving higher. I hear Vail moving down now. Downgrade. Goldman's downgrading a few stocks this morning. We have Mercy, MRCY, LMT. And LHX, all downgraded by Goldman. And poor old EAR, downgraded, multiple downgrades for EAR. All right, there are some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com. Okay, so gold or AU, if you go to my homepage, find my homepage tab, okay, click on my link, go to the scan section, and then moving higher with unusually strong options, that's the one. And, you know, just can't wait to see what sort of, we had some fabulous ones yesterday. Don't know what today will bring, but can't wait to see. Okay, and as always, what time is it? 9:16. Let's just take a quick look at the sectors. See what's happening with the sectors. We're in for a positive open to begin anyway. So let's just take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. And the answer is even energy's up. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, and these are the stocks that make up these major sectors. So financials, for instance, XLF. So as we speak, 93% are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what these percentages refer to. So you can see that virtually every sector is up, including energy. Okay, the worst one, not that it's that bad, would be healthcare. Only 75% are up. Communications, 76% are up. So anyway, this is early, and this is indicative. Of course, the market going to have a positive open. And how do you see this? Just go to, from our toolbar, click on New, click on the docked channel bar, and then you just click on, well, here are all the theme channels that we have, but the one is called Sector Status right here. Yeah, this neuro, again, I still do not see any news on it. It's a low float, so I don't know if this is turning into a WSB play or not, but you know, look at the float, 5.5 million in the float. Yeah, for those of you like sort of looking at ones that are under $1, I do know this FEDU. It's up 54%, huge volume. I just don't look at the ones under $1, but for those of you who do, FEDU. Yeah, I mean, when you look at the news for MRM, I mean, this is the news, guys. I don't, you know, Kabushiki Kaisha for $3.3 million, okay? And that was the news after hours. Not shortable for me. At Interactive Brokers. Gevo's having a bit of a run here, a little bit of a run. Gevo, G-E-V-O. Gevo acquires Budimac's patent estate. Okay, so there is news, such as it is. So again, guys, I am just waiting for my option scanner to see what sort of alerts we get today from it. The last 2 days have been spectacular. No idea what today will bring. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens when this ear opens. I'm completely out of the short now. Boy, you look at a press release like that, though. Trading lower after the company disclosed it was the target of a DOJ criminal investigation, also withdrawing their FY21 guidance. Not good. Obviously. All-time low now. TCI. Yeah, volume would really have to come in for sure. It's such a low float, you got to be awfully careful. Euro is still strong. It is still strong. No big drop yet. And you know what? There are now shorts available for me at Interactive. Not that I'm going to take it right now or ever. I'm just remarking the fact that now there are shorts, 60,000. So there's been some covering, because the last time I looked, there were no shorts available. So there have been some covering, taking place. It did? No volume, Phil, no volume. You're talking about this up here, yeah, but there's no volume at all, so. I wish this one were shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This is one of those SPACs, so they basically announced who they're going to be merging with. Yeah, lots of enthusiasm at the beginning, but typically they'll just fade because, of course, the merger is not happening now. When I say now, as of today. Interesting to see how this ML trades. So this is now the new symbol. Fuse became ML. Fisker, FSR. Fisker is starting to move a little bit here, a little bit of a pop. Tudor Pickering initiates coverage with a buy rating and what sort of price target of 19. So some analysts is suggesting that this could go to 19. All right, give me a moment, guys. Just going to change headsets. All right, guys, I'm back. CLEU, so we did see another education stock on the move. CLEU, this one is now moving. Also, the China education stocks. I think the other one was FEDU. So FEDU had a move in the pre-market. Oh, this is the one that I was talking about that's under $1, right? Do I use if I find if I find something I like? Yes, Prague. Yes. I don't take every stock. I usually like the ones under $20. Somebody asked me, do I use Holly AI for trading? You know, but it's not a matter. I don't take every trade, of course, but I sort of focus on the ones under 20. Doesn't mean if it's under 20, I take it. I have to watch to see how it's trading, check to see, you know, what sort of resistance there might be short term, and then I'll make a decision. RAD on the way down, guys. RAD, Rite Aid, on the way down. This is an earnings play. And so what do we have here for RAD? Man, if it can take out... Oh, it's a little bit far away. I thought it was going to be closer. It's about $1 away from the low of 2 months ago. It's too bad because look underneath that. After that, there's hardly any support. I hate JAGX, but what the heck? You're making me look at it. It might. Receives complete letter from the FDA. Wow, shoot. No longer in the ear short, and now look at it. Now look at it. Oh boy, I'm almost tempted to do it right now before the market opens because I don't have to worry about that uptick rule. I like it slow down. I think they have excellent, pretty current stuff. I like it. You're talking about IB's news feed. I don't typically do that. I typically don't do that. Well, okay, let me just shut down my pre-market scanners. RAD is just sinking here, guys. Market's going to open in, well, sorry, it's open. Yeah, it caught me by surprise there. So market is now open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Oh, here is just going to go into severe collapse mode now. Oh well. I did not take it again. I did not take it again. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I kind of like to see things settle down a little bit. Yeah, boy, I'm having some. Okay, just give me a moment here, please, guys. I'm having some Bluetooth issues. Well, Tilray is on the move. Okay, so I guess this is, it's not specific to today's news. But look at MJ, guys. I mean, I just can't. I'm sorry. I just cannot get excited about this sector. I mean, look at this steady drop, 23 down to 15 for the ETF for the sector over the last few months. It's just cannot get going. Well, when you think MRM is over, it's not. Wow, look at MRM. Look at the volume coming in. Crazy low float. 2 million in the float. On that press release they had after hours yesterday, buying some company for $3 million. I guess it's a big deal, obviously. But again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And again, I'm just going to wait for my option scanner to give me some alerts. And just like yesterday, guys, just because for me anyway, when I got the alert, doesn't mean you pile into the trade. Some of them, it took 15 minutes for them to really set up well. But when they set up and then they ran. Well, I did take it pre-market, Eric. It's just that I was going to reshort it. Look at it now, 773. I did take it pre-market. I took it right around here. Well, I took it at 890 and I covered at 845 and 850 something or other. Okay, but what I was talking about is looking to reshort it right here before the market opened. That's all. I just didn't do it. Obviously, I wish I had. I mean, you can't get a worse press release. Anytime a press release has, you know, the company is being criminally investigated. You know, it's hard to have a worse press release. No, but if I had, I'm not sure I understand your question. Once the market opens, it opens. If I'd held the short in the pre-market, um, it would have just been. I'm not sure I understand your question or why you think it's important. If I did short this pre-market. If I held it when it was on the open and it covered now, well, it's just like any other trade. Yeah, MRM is now halted on the way up. So this is the crazy one today because, I mean, look, that press release can't mean that much, can it? But it doesn't matter what we think. Doesn't matter what we think. But it's all about the float. 2 million in the float. So does that make sense there? It's not, nothing magical happens if you're in a pre-market, if you're in a long or a short pre-market. Nothing magical happens once the market opens. It doesn't turn into like to a different type of security. I mean, it's the same. Yeah, Go EV is on the move. Did mention it here. Didn't look like it was that exciting, but well, look at it now. 1.5 million shares. Don't see any specific news on it. Wasn't that an IPO yesterday, Toast, or is it coming today? Yeah, so it was an IPO yesterday. So I don't really know what more to talk about it. Obviously, pretty successful. Okay, so we have a couple of float rotations right now. RNAS is one of them. Float rotations. RNAS. All right, so what does the market do? Wow, the market, big pop. Okay, big pop here. Dow's up 320, tech is up, SPY is up, so there's no disconnect right now. Let's take a look to see if there's any sort of a clue. There is a clue. What did it halt at? 1694. So right now it says 1711, 1711 at Interactive Brokers. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Now this changes, of course, or can change. Got halted at 9:34.02, so if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll be 9:39 plus 2 seconds. And so pretty close, 30 seconds or so, if it is going to be a 5-minute halt. Float rotation is you just take the number of shares traded, divide it by the float, okay? And you'll get a ratio. So if a stock has traded the float, number one, okay, we're open, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. My goodness. So if a stock is traded, I mean, look at this. 12 million have traded, 2 million in the float. You just divide 2 million into 12 million, approximately, you get 6. Okay? So it's traded the float 6 times. That's a very, and on the way, I mean, this is going to trade, who knows, 100 million shares today. It could trade the float 50 times today, which is, it just means there's super abnormal activity happening. Look at the surge of the SPY here. That first 15-minute candle, solid green. SPY is surging right now as we speak. I'm just ticked that I did not take that ear short just before the market opened. Two press releases that you see. If you see something in the pre-market that something about criminal charges, okay, number one, or if you see the CEO is resigning, turfed, they won't say it like that, but usually, you know, if it hasn't been planned, you can rest assured those stocks are going to go down. For the most part, anyway. And we can't blame IB for that in terms of having no shorts. Now this will show up. Here will show up. I have a delay here, on purpose. 15-minute delay. I try to let things settle down, so you won't see anything in these two windows until at least 15 minutes. But, you know, ear obviously would have shown up right off the bat. Here's one MTNB that had a little move after hours yesterday. I don't think I had this on what's on my watch list. I don't think I mentioned it this morning. MTNB. One of the reasons is a huge float, 206 million in the float. So for a dollar stock, it's going to take a bunch to move it, and I just don't see any specific reason for the move. You know, I'm just looking for any sort of a headline. Oh, ear, my goodness. Thou shalt not chase. But, you know, I've really got to I've got to grab my right hand and not allow myself to get near the keyboard. Hey, LICY on the move. So let's see now. So this was a SPAC, okay? Then they merged with this company, so it became LICY. The high over here is 11.89. So it's about $1 away. This is not an IPO looking here. At one point, whatever the SPAC was, it was up a lot higher than this. You can see the position in lifetime range is only at 40%. So you know that when it was whatever the SPAC was, it was a lot higher. IQ on the way down. Now, the only problem with this one, IQ, the next low looking left is 830, and the next low there is 846. Sorry, 8. China stock, 821. This is almost a lifetime low. I mean, it takes this out right here. This is a lifetime low for IQ, China stock, I believe. Yeah, of course, it's a China stock. There's the flag. All right, well, this is not, this actually should be showing up on the option scanner pretty soon, I would think. The reason being, I mean, it's meeting, seems to be meeting all the filter requirements, 380%, more than 2,000 contracts. The relative volume is high. And look at the room it's got. Man, oh man, look at the room this one's got. So this could be primo. Just waiting for the setup here. This is for blue, BLU. I almost guarantee that if it hits whatever that I have here, 677, it's going to show up in the option scanner. Okay, here's another one that, well, it's going to be a little light. It needs 2,000 contracts is fine. It needs to, the option volume has to keep increasing. PAVM, but it's, you know, another one that looks interesting. It hasn't, not showing up yet in the option scanner. And let's see, the float in this one. So the Canadian stock, where are you out of? Laval. Really keep an eye on the blue, guys, the BLU. It takes this out. I mean, you just have to look left. I mean, that's, there's nothing stopping it for a while. Yeah, I mean, this is the same on, so that's the same on the monthly, the same on the weekly. I mean, you look left. I'm not saying it's going to get up to $12. I understand. I'm just, all I'm trying to do is put the odds in our favor that at least you don't have, you can take one aspect of why a stock will not move up. You take chart resistance out of the equation. So obviously there's nothing stopping this in terms of the chart. Now, will it move? I don't know. But right now, this is my focus on the blue, taking this area out right here. We're getting close, guys. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade. Understand, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade. But if it makes your trading plan, and as predicted, it showed up in the option scanner. Now let's see how it trades around here. Phase zero. Nice, guys, on the CLEU. I know some of you are phase zero. I love it. Preclinical data. CLEU, good, nice one, Ija. I know you talked about this one. A couple others in the room talked about it. Ooh. I thought this was, I kept hearing it in my ear, but I didn't realize it was on the way down. So not a good one, Ija. Sorry. Yeah, can't win them all. I'm just watching this blue, see how it's trade. Remember now, yesterday, I waited on most of the ones that were in the option scanner. Gave it some time. I want to see again if it takes this out again. IGT. Now there's Rewalk again. Now Rewalk again had a tremendous day 2 days ago. Fell back yesterday. Over the 200-day moving average again. So, you know, this is your magnet, maybe 260 odd, 262 or so is the pre-market or the 2 day ago high. I want to see it get back over 670-ish. But listen, you have to make up your own mind, okay? But for me, I want to see it get back over that 673. Just want to make sure it's going to hold in the 670s. Well, when I say make sure, there's no such thing as making sure, but it'll give me a little more confidence if it gets back into the 670s like it is now. The alert's at 676, so this reminds me what happened with a lot of the ones in the option scanner yesterday. You know, they had the move and then they just sort of and then eventually they came back and ran. I'm not saying this is going to happen with blue. I don't know. But what I'm really trying to say is just because I get an alert doesn't mean I just pile into it immediately. And SLI showed up. I do see SLI showed up. So this is I don't know if this is an IPO back here, Standard Lithium. Hard to tell sometimes when they're this cheap. Next high looking left is, wow, 909. Sorry, 825. It's above that, so 909 has room. Boy, this RNAS, let's take a look over here. What's the float? Low float. Next high looking left, 444. So it's got the room. And the volume is not slowing down yet. Look at the volume picking up. When the volume tails off, that is when I'm sure people like William and Zach will pounce. But right now the volume is just picking up and up and up. Boy, this one really, I mean, I don't know if everybody saw this coming. I mean, it looked like it had a nice little pop in the pre-market. And look at this. Is there a financing or something? I don't see any news on it. But what a, I mean, it got right into the 200-day moving average and then just dropped. All right, let's take a look at some other plays here. KBH is an earnings play, and so far the reaction is good. Look left on the daily chart, 42.65, so it's not that far away from those highs right here. You can see if it can somehow take that out, then it's got a shot to get into this 43 area. All right, guys, blue is getting a little more interesting. Again, the longer this holds up in this area, for me anyway. But again, it's up to you. Don't let me influence you. Look at Life. Wow, Life is having a pop also. I just have this one thumbnailed. Look at the volume coming into Life, and almost there's the high of a few days ago. 1297. All right, guys, both SLI and blue coming back. One AI alert, not interested. It's out of the price range I like. EEIQ, you guys were talking about that one. EEIQ. Ooh, you were going long on it, I guess. So look at these China education stocks. I mean, the other one, CLEU, kind of looked the same. Little pop. Market opens, a huge drop. Yeah, so Roberto, if you want to be banned from the room today, you just keep mentioning ear, okay? Well, guys, the SLI and the blue are just hovering around the trigger areas. I'll rephrase it. I wish I were still short ear. That's more the phrase. Still short ear. Meanwhile, RNAZ, yeah, continues here. Okay, guy. Well, listen, you know what I'm looking at, so and another halt, guys. The halt for this is probably on the way. Yeah, maybe a halt on the way. I'm sorry, this just resumed. EEIQ just resumed. Sorry. Yeah, because it was from my option scanner. Only reason. Well, option scanner. Look at the void. Look left. So it's from my option scanner. That's why I'm interested in it. I'm interested in anything that appears in my option scanner. These guys must have done a reverse split at some point. I don't recall IGT. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Being this high. No, maybe I'm thinking of that Indian stock. Out of India. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of something else. IGC maybe. Well, IGT, it's a little more expensive than the option scanner that I'm used to. It's my absolute upper limit. Next high looking left is 26.43, I think. Yeah, so it's above that high, 24.90 of a couple of months ago. Credit Suisse, okay, raises price target to 36. Why not? Come on, Sly. You know, it's the whole number, you know, that's got to maybe struggle to get through, but need some volume, little volume push to get it through 7. I don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, I don't know if it's going to happen. It's not a low float, 66 million in the float, so it's going to take some, you know, something to get it through here. Well, it's all, yeah, I mean, it's actually, it's an earnings play too, BB. I'm just getting so tired of that, of the nonsense that happens over there. But you know what? We have to play. If they happen, they happen. You know, I'm talking about the meme stocks. LICY still moving here. I don't think it trade. I don't think it has. Well, it does have options, but nothing. It'll never show up in the option scanner. I shouldn't say never, but that option volume has to really increase. All right, guys, I'm up blue flat. Okay, I'll revisit it if it gets back into the 80s. I just finding it just may not be able to get through 7 yet. So I'm out blue flat. All right, so we walk. Okay, so it's holding RWLK. It's holding over the 200-day moving average, 197. It's holding over, and we're gonna get up to 207. The high yesterday was 225. This really surprised me this day. I have to admit, it came in the option scanner. I think it was at 168. I thought it would really struggle to get through 2. I was dead wrong. It got all the way up to 261. It was about $1 move from the option scanner. Hey, DNMR, they had some news yesterday, some kind of a deal. I think it was with Chevron, DNMR. You know what? I mean, it popped up, but it sold right off. Whoa. Well, guys, if you took that, if you took it, IGT, the alert was at 2481. I did not take IGT. I was a little reluctant, close to that 25 mark. But those of you who are a little more aggressive than I am, you know, the alert came in at 2481, 2531 now. That's not bad, 50-cent move. Oh yeah, I'm always talking day trading, of course, Kev, you know. Party Pop. Let's see what Party is doing. PRTY. Yeah, and through the 200-day moving average, 752. So it's, as we speak anyway, it's above it. Lots of volume coming in. Not a low float. 104 million in the float. Asselgard, I don't know if I can help you. You may have to go to a more detailed tech support. Did you watch the videos on how to connect? If it's not working, then I can't help you, okay? I'm gonna have to send you to our homepage. But if you watch the videos and you've got the correct port and all that, you know, you selected the correct port, there's no way I can help you. So if you go to the homepage and just start a live discussion, and somebody, I think Chris is always there and he uses it, so, okay, I can't help you. If you've watched the video and you've gone through it and it's still not working, then, you know, I just cannot help you. I don't know what would be going wrong. That's right. Now I remember that. Casa, you're right. DNMR was hit by muddy waters last week. Just concentrating on these three from the scanner, guys. That's all I'm doing. Trying to reduce the number of things I look at. I don't know, John. The market's reacting in a negative way. There's no, I don't know. I didn't read the press. You're telling me that paying down the debt, evidently, for whatever reason, the market doesn't like it. And so I don't try to overanalyze things. When I see a press release and I think it should be moving in other than ears today. Okay, obviously with the ears, you see something that says criminal investigation. We're pulling our guidance, things like that. Well, that is going to affect the stock, and you can pretty rest assured it's not going to affect it in a positive way. You should not see the stock moving. But other sorts of press releases, I think, well, this should move the stock up. And it doesn't. Oh well, look at SLI, guys. SLI. It took a while. What street am I watching from the options scanner, Barry? What do you mean by that, Joe? And now, if you took this one, the next high, so it's above that high. The trigger was above that high, actually 826. So the next high looking left is 909. I'm not saying it's getting there, but again, you take a look left, it's got the room. I'm shocked, actually, Ija. I'm shocked. Well, Joe, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Okay, guys, I'm not giving up on blue. This reminds me a little bit like a couple of the other ones yesterday. So I'm not going to give up on blue. It's had this downturn, but I'm just going to put my alert, just stick the alert back at 676, 670-ish, and see if it comes back. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So I took that one, basically got out flat. This looked really good, and then it started to move down. I thought, I don't like the way it's trading, so got out of it flat. So Joe, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Oh, I see. Okay. So, well, The three are IGT, SLI, and BLU. Those are the three from the option scanner right now. This LI, again, if you're quick on it, I mean, it definitely gave a nice little pop. Where it's going from here, I don't know. Oh, there you are, Joe. Okay, okay. And then IGT, 24, what did it do? 24. You know what? This is not bad now. The fact that it's basing over 25. This is not bad. The longer this base is over 25. The only issue is, of course, you look left and 26.43, but that's far enough away. That's about a little less than $1.50 away on the weekly chart. So I mean, it's got some room to run. And somebody, Credit Suisse, I think, put a pretty aggressive price target on it. Well, remember, it's on don't repeat. So it doesn't matter. It just shows me the first time. So it's on don't repeat. So not getting a ton of follow through, on these so far anyway. I didn't get as much as I wanted on this SLI. It looked pretty good as it was moving up here. I thought 850, if we could take out 850, had a shot to get to the 9 level. But revisit it again, just wait and see if it gets another trigger again. 826 was the original alert, so I'll stick an alert there, see if it comes back. And what's the market doing? So markets certainly aren't hurting anything. Look at the market, man. All right, so I'm going to stick an alert around 25.15 for IGT. See if it takes that out later on. Comes back over 25. That's probably putting a damper on a lot of China stocks anyway. It's not affecting our market yet. All right, well, there's the rewalk now showing up. All right, I remember this. I had PBI on an alert from a few days ago. Do we care about it anymore? Probably not. 750. Yeah, I don't care about it anymore. It is trading abnormally, though, 3.3 times normal. A VWAP tap. Let's see where the VWAP is for IGT. So this is what William is talking about. So there's the VWAP, 2463. So he is waiting to see if it can drift down to that level, and then he'll take a look at taking it. Morning, Diego. Bit of a different feeling day from yesterday. Even though the market is moving higher, I'm not seeing a lot of follow through on these smaller caps. Not like yesterday. Every day is different, of course. So you're getting a little follow through, and then you've just got to be nimble and take some profit, and then maybe they slide back. Maybe they'll set up again later on. So again, with the SLI, I do have my price alert set again at the trigger, the original trigger. But it doesn't look that good. I mean, look, there's a 2-minute cross right there. Crossing the 8 EMA, crossing down below the 20 SMA. All right, everybody, what time is it? It's 10:22. So if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And before I get into my home page, all right, so I just put the test drive link in here. I'm going to click on the link and show you what it looks like. So if you want to try us out for 10 trading days, it starts on October the 11th. So about 2.5 weeks from now. Okay, it runs from the 11th to the 22nd. You will get 10 trading days for $11.11. You'll have access to our full premium service. And don't want to mislead anybody. You'll only get 10 days if you can start on the 11th and end on the 22nd. If you can't start on the 11th, let's say, well, I'm busy on that Monday, but I can start on the 12th, you'll get 9 days, okay? You don't want to mislead anybody. We're all set up for the support, so you can't say, well, I start on the 12th, can you just run it for an extra day for me? No, okay? So, and the other thing, if you sign up now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So you will get no data until the 11th, no live data until the 11th. So please don't harass our poor support people and say, hey, I just signed up, where's my data? So again, this will give you access to the full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. If you're a standard subscriber, you can do the same thing for the 1111. You can upgrade yourself to the premium service for those 10 trading days. Once it's over, it's over. In other words, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. It's commonly asked questions. What happens when it's over? It's over. Okay? So, if you ever wondered about, what Trade Ideas is all about, it's a great opportunity right here to try us out. If you can afford basically a little over $1 a day, then take the test drive. Way to go. Joe Luke River. Excellent. So now I'm going to talk about my home page. Okay, so I just popped my homepage link in. Okay, now that homepage link is available from my tab all day long. Okay, so I'm going to click on this, And when you do, you'll get to my homepage. There's my homepage link. A lot of information on my homepage, including if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Click on Get Trade Ideas. Just 1 second, please. There were 4 plans. So we have an annual monthly for premium and standard. The premium annual, the big one, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over. You don't have to have an annual plan. In fact, do not take out an annual plan unless you know the product, okay? You can always start off with a monthly plan. You can always upgrade later on. So you can start off with a monthly plan. Standard is $118, premium is $228. Less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay? Be a moment here. Yeah, so during the, so the question was, can you perform real trades during the trial or paper trade? Okay, so if you have an well, we're a scanner, okay, so you can do real trades. Yes, that's what we are. We're a scanner. If you're talking about using this window here that we call Brokerage Plus, you can, but you have to have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, okay? But you, of course, yeah, I mean, we're a scanner, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. And that's sort of, well, let me talk about my homepage first, and then I'll get more detail about your question. So on my homepage, we talked a little bit about a subscription to Trade Ideas. So these 3 sections are free: the Trade of the Week, the Stock of the Day video that I do, and the Education. So these are the 3 free sections. So the Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at around noon Eastern. And here's the big education section. So if you're going to take the test drive, please take a look at the introductory lessons. It talks about what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, down to backtesting, the introduction to the AI, okay, Brokerage Plus. So all the basic features are explained here. We have daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. When I take a break, one of the other traders does take over. Today is Wednesday. So it's Steve Gomez. Sorry, Thursday. What am I? Thursday. Who is today? I believe that will be Jamie in our YouTube room. Before I leave for my break, I'll pop or I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there between 12 and 1 if you want to. Daily webinars, so we're on the Tuesday-Thursday rotation, so there is a webinar today. Next week it'll be Monday or Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. So again, if you're going to take the test drive, you probably want to take a look at this. And then back to basics. This is nothing really to do with trade ideas. It is a great 36-part video series. If you're new to trading, it's a great introduction to trading. And we have some ebooks. So those are 3 of the sections from my homepage. And of course, then the other section, you have to be a member. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. Here is a sample layout and individual scans that I've created that you can take a look at. And this is my favorite, of course, moving higher with unusually strong options. So there's a lot of information on my homepage. All you have to do is save my link, especially these 2 sections. A lot of information here. Save my link, then you can take a look at those sections anytime you want. All right, so what are we? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. So that kind of answers your question, Tushu, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. This is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. If I right click on it, I can click on configure and then summary. So if you want to build your own scans, this is how you always start. You always start off with some filters. You don't want to get so this is what I'm looking for in this particular scan. Prices between $1 and $20. The current volume is 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum 400,000 shares, etc. That's how you always start off, with some filters to kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. And then if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. So if you want to build your own scans, first of all, you don't have to learn a programming language. If I right-click, configure on alert window, and then I click on search, here are all of the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down, get to these icons, these are the filters. So again, for those of you who want to build your own scans, we feel we have enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for. Okay? But, as I said before, I am sharing a lot of scans. So if you're, you don't at the beginning anyway, or forever, it all depends on how you want to use trade ideas. You can use the scans that I've created. And also, if you go to our toolbar, click on New, Docked Channel Bar. These are all themed channels. All right, so if I click on the momentum channel, as an example. So if I like this, if I saw this one, it says momentum, I right click, configure, check out the summary, it'll tell me what it's looking for. If I like this, I think, okay, I wouldn't mind having this one, as part of my layout. Now you can always make a change. If I didn't like this price range, same with mine, my price range was 1 and 20. You might have a different price range in mind. Let's say you wanted to be 10 and 60. Or 10 and 100. Click on summary, see how it's changed. So if you like that, you could say okay. Then you could take this and save it to the cloud. I'll explain why you would want to save that to the cloud. Because what happens is you can now go through all of these different channels and you can start extracting scans that you like, save them to the cloud. Then you can start bringing them back one by one and creating your own layout made of scans that we have created for you. So you see, we try to make it very, very simple for you. Now, one word about this. Okay, remember these numbers right here. Configure, summary, 10 and 100. I made the change, okay? I'm going to go to another channel. I'm going to go to the stock surging channel. And again, the action is heating up. You might look at this and go, yeah, I wouldn't mind this one. Again, you can make some changes if you want, or just save it to the cloud. I'm going to go back to the momentum channel, though. I'm going to right-click on it again, configure. Then you go, hey, wait a minute, I changed that to 10, between 10 and 100. Well, the channels are for everybody, all right? So the fact that you want to make a change to something doesn't mean everybody wants to have the same change. So just so you know. So when you go back to a channel, even if you made some change, if you stayed on the channel all day, obviously your changes are there. But the channels are for everybody. So, but typically what people do is they'll take a window or a scan that they like and save it. And then they can bring them back one by one, thereby making their own layout. Okay? So we try to make it very, very simple. So your question, can we perform real trades during the trial? Yes. You'll have access to the real-time data, of course, and then you can make trades. Now, your question may have been more directed to this window that we call Brokerage Plus. And let me just put this link in. Okay, so what I did was I put a Brokerage Plus link in, and there are two videos. The first shorter video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can actually use this to trade from within Trade Ideas. You connect to your E-Trade or IB account, and then you can trade. So the answer to your question is yes, you can use this if you want. It's a feature. You don't have to use it, of course. And if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, doesn't matter. You can still use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner first and foremost. We just happen to have this feature that if you do have one of those two accounts, you can trade from within Trade Ideas. So does that answer your question, Tushu? The second video in that link that I posted goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. And it also is relevant to using it in paper trading mode. Now, the only thing you can't do in the trial, and we don't think anybody should do it anyway, but the only thing you can't do is auto trade the AI. I didn't go over the AI. Should go over it right now. If you click on New, then you'll have access to this. Well, anybody with premium right now has access to this, but you'll have access to this during the test drive. So if you click on New from our toolbar and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, this is the window that you'll see. Never mind these two up here. This is the window that you'll see, and nothing happens until at least 9:35. Okay, you'll see the first trade or the first alert was at 9:50. You just wait for them to happen. And how you trade them will be up to you. Okay, there's no right or wrong way to use it. But what you cannot do is auto trade the AI with real money, like if you have an IB or E-Trade account during the test drive. You can auto trade it if you just want to see how it works in a simulator. You can auto trade, though, if you have your own strategy that you want to auto trade, you can do it during the test drive. So that's the only thing you can't do, but we don't recommend you do it anyway, so I don't think it's a big deal. Well, they couldn't because you couldn't do it anyway, so it didn't matter. But what we say is, look, you want to auto trade the AI before you do it with live money. Do it in the simulator. You'll see how it works. And before you would commit money to it, I would always your own strategy. You had your own strategy, and you thought, yeah, I want to auto trade my own strategy. You can always do it in the simulator, which I'm going to go over right now. Okay, the simulator is before you start trading, real money, you should really practice trading. And we have a great simulator, uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data. And it's really simple to use. You just click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, market the price you want to get in at, and you just do the trade. Let's say I wanted to take Joby right now. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. Okay, I'm going to buy. I'm going to buy right at the market. It's only a 2-cent spread or a 1-cent spread. Okay, so there I took the trade at 10.89. Now, big concept coming up if you're new to trading. Not all the trades are going to work. You have to, in my opinion anyway, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of that trade if it's not working for you. Excuse me. I'm going to put the stop at 10.69, which happens to be 20 cents away, not because every stop is 20 cents away. I'm trying to make the math simple. Wouldn't be the worst stop in the world, the bottom here. But this is where you really have to practice, because one of the keys to trading is knowing when to get out of a trade if it's not working for you. Hope and pray is not a trading strategy. So, and that's, again, how you determine where you're going to put your stops, that's where the practice comes in. I like to size up a chart, and if I see an area where I think there's good support on the chart, a lot of activity, it hasn't broken down through that for a while, then I'll use that. That's how I use it. I'm kind of visual. So if it broke down through that area, that's where I want to be out of the trade. Some will use maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the 15-minute candle, maybe some moving average that they're tracking. How you just have to get comfortable. I can't tell you what the right or wrong way to do it is, but you've just got to get comfortable. Okay? So if you grasp that concept then of, okay, not every trade's going to work, I should be out of a trade if it hits a certain price. The next aspect is, okay, how much am I going to risk on the trade? Okay, you see right there, when I put that 1069 stop in, if I allow it to get down to 1069, it'll take me out for a $100 loss. In the simulator, that's what I'm risking. If you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking, say, $1,000 a trade. Okay, so in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. If it works against me, that's the max I want to lose. So that's why I took 500 shares. Why? I was in at 1089. I put the stop at 1069. And again, remember, I said I want to make the math easy. The difference between entry and stop is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. Okay? Now, I might get stopped out. Okay? Remember, this is just in the simulator. Next really important concept is to try to obey your stop. It's hard sometimes, you think you get into a trade and you think it's just got to work. All sorts of good news. We're in the room, we're talking about it. Press release was good. The setup looked great. Everything was positive. Guess what? Sometimes it just doesn't work, even if everything sets up. Which leads me into sort of the segue. You should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. You should have some kind of a checklist that you go through, okay, which you have to check, put a check beside every one of them before you'll take a trade. So even if, you went through your checklist and you checked them all, this trade still may not work. So obeying your stop is pretty critical also. Don't let your ego get in the way. Don't think, it'll bounce. Maybe my stop was too tight. Start second guessing everything. And then allowing that $100 manageable loss start turning into a $200, $300, $400, $500 loss before you finally give up. Okay? So there's the concept. Practice away. Use the simulator, Paper Trader. It uses our real-time data. So, before, I can't emphasize it enough. Before you do anything, practice trading. Yeah, she's not talking about the symbol Pro. She's talking about IB Pro. No, she's talking about IB Pro, Lily. Interactive Brokers. She was talking to somebody else about Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Well, guess what's working? Guess what's working? And I'm still not giving up on the SLI, guys. It is trying to come back. The blue looks a little iffy, but the rewalk is working. RWLK. No, it came in at 218. No, I don't get into that, Julian. All right, so here we go, guys. So I'm watching the SLI still, okay, the SLI, watching the SLI, seeing if it gets back up. It's trying to get back up to that trigger point. You see, it's basing nicely, so don't lose sight of this one. The trigger was, when I say the trigger, the alert happened in the option scanner at 8:26. Okay, so don't lose sight of this. I mean, we get some volume popping through it. I mean, just look left, it's got the room. All right, guys, SLI coming back. No, was there volume? Was it a volume push? Not yet, you see. There wasn't a big volume push. You know, just look at these bars here. I mean, obviously we've had dwindling volume from the opening candle, dwindling volume here in the 5, dwindling volume on the 2. So, you know, I'm not that keen yet, unless we get a big volume push. So notice that the AI have QS. Okay, had QS here also. And this was a good one from the AI a couple of days ago. It rested yesterday. This was an earnings play, I believe. No, it wasn't an earnings play. Can't remember why it had to pop. But it had obviously it had some reason for the pop. The AI took this trade here. And, you know, people ask all the time, can you swing trade? Well, I mean, this closed well. If you held it, you know, a little bit of angst yesterday, but now look at it today. I think it's all over the place, uncertainty. Okay, I can't, I don't think there's, you know, for me personally, if I'm in a relatively cheap one and it has a big percentage pop, you know, I'm going to probably take some immediately. Now, how much I take, you know, it depends on how it's trading, how much room it still has, things like that. There's no formula for me to say, well, I'm going to take a third here, or half here, or a quarter here. For me, I'm a little more of a field trader in that regard. Well, the other thing too is if you want to have a connection, if you don't care about having a connection so that when you click on a link it loads into your platform, then you can go light. But if you care about that, then you have to have the pro version of IB. But if you don't care about that, so if you took the rewalk, you obviously know where the next levels are. I shouldn't say obviously, but you should be aware. You know, right up here is the high of 2 days ago. All right, now with SLI, this is classic for me anyway. Classic. Remember what I was saying? I mean, that looked interesting, didn't it? I mean, it got up to the trigger. Well, again, the alert was at 826. It got right back up there. But, so why didn't I take the trade? Well, look at the volume. You know, the volume wasn't there to sustain that move. So what you do, you know, I had a price alert set, and yes, it just like this, it came up on my screen. Notice what I'm doing. I'm putting price alerts for stocks, and I minimize my price alerts window. When I get a price alert, the price alert window pops up on my screen. Excuse me, because I have it sorted on the triggered time. I'll always see the last alert right at the top. I have a sound alert on it. Can't miss it. Can't miss it. And it's really simple to put a price alert. I want to put a price alert, say for SLI, right here, again, 828. All I have to do is I just move my pointer. I can put it, and it says right there, create price alert at 830. Of course, I can change it, whatever I want to change it to. But if I positioned it where I want, then I don't have to do anything. So I'm just going to say save. I don't have to fill in anything else if I don't want. I typically don't put any notes in, but you can. Save it. And now, if it hits that, you'll see exactly what will happen. That price alert window will show up on my screen, pop up on my screen. And the price alert window is found from our toolbar. Click on New, and then Price Alert Window. You're not using the price alerts. You're not maximizing the usage of trade ideas. You know, you don't have to stare at charts. I don't have to stare at SLI at all. I just wait for the alert to happen. You know, so I can, you know, do other things, and if it happens, it happens. But what I said was, I didn't see any volume. If we'd seen a nice big volume bar on the 2-minute chart, like a big one, you know, even, you know, something like this, it's not the absolute volume. It is in relation to the previous volume bars, because that means that, okay, traders are getting excited about it again for a while anyway. So, pop through what you might consider a good price or consolidation without volume usually leads to failure if you take the trade, usually. Anyway, okay, you guys should move on, both Becca and Lily. You've both made your points, okay? William, you may get your wish. There's the VWAP, 1930. I'm sorry, 2464. So you probably didn't take it, did you? Well, didn't you say you were looking on IGT to maybe take it if it got close to the VWAP? Okay. Well, uncertainty, I'll chime in on the IB. I mean, I'm in Canada, but that's not a but. I've been using IB for, wow, it's almost 5 years now. And I know people dump all over IB for various reasons, customer support, this and that. Well, maybe I've been one of the lucky ones. I only had to call customer support in the first week. So in almost 5 years, I've never had to deal with customer support, never had any issues whatsoever. I have found it, I've had other platforms before. I have found it to be the most stable platform I've ever had. Stable, in other words, I've never had a freeze up during market hours. I've well, anytime. I've never had issues that I think, I didn't fill correctly. Never, 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 never. Is it the prettiest looking platform? No. It looks like something from the 1900s, but so what? I don't care. It does the job for me. Is the charting, again, people will look at the charting and go, that's garbage. I don't really use it for charting, so I don't care about the charting. But if you're looking for a really stable platform for good order entry and all that. Now, do they charge that horrible half a cent a share commission? Yes, they do. I'm of the opinion sometimes you get what you pay for. Maybe you get better fills. I have no idea. The half a cent a share certainly does not concern me. Well, being in Canada, I was sort of limited. So I've had Disnet and Questrade before. And then the only reason I didn't have Interactive Brokers a lot earlier is because our linking way back when was terrible. So I needed linking. Linking is just a time saver, okay? I'm not talking about Interactive like this Brokerage Plus window. I'm just talking about we link with many brokerage platforms just as a time saver. So when you click on a symbol, it loads into your platform, so you don't have to type the symbol in all day long. And IB was a really, really difficult one to do it, so I held off. But once that was solved, I hopped all over it. And I've never looked back. I don't know what that means. Do they run pro software? I don't know what you mean by that, Kev. I mean, it's an order entry screen. Like, is it the prettiest? Probably not. Oh no, it's PC based. I see. It's not. No, it's not web based. I mean, there is a web based version, but no, it's an app. I see what you mean. Sorry. All right, guys, Rewalk is marching here. So, from the option scanner, these are the four we've had. The blue, it worked a little bit, okay? I would not call that a success. The SLY actually worked a little bit also, had a decent little run before it pulled back. The IGT from 2481 did get up to, 25.25, but this one definitely is the star, okay? Rewalk is definitely the star of the four of them. And you see, notice, you don't get too many alerts. Yeah, I don't know what the cash minimum is for an IB account. It might be different in Canada or the States. I really don't know. David is saying they used to have to have a $10,000. I can't believe, that they would now. No minimum now for IB? Okay. I mean, if you're gonna be trading, you've got to have some money in the account, obviously. Yeah, linking with Think or Swim, I mean, it's not as smooth as some of the other. I think you have to run both in administration mode and all. Best I can do is send you to our homepage. Bill is there. He's got, I don't know if you're following the rules. Okay. Now, idea surfing, I mean, you should take it off idea surfing, number one. So again, you get what you pay for. I mean, I hear people talking about slow execution time, okay, this and that. Yeah, commissions are free. Well, you get what you pay for. That's all you can say. All right, guys, let's see. What is happening here? I'm just watching the rewalk. Again, if you're in this one, just be aware, there's the high. So it's getting close, 262. That's the high looking left. It is getting closer and closer. I'd be very, you got to be very aware of that high a couple of days ago. But right now, let's just wallow in the success of this one, okay? I guess I just haven't had that issue, Kim. Yeah, the only problem with the commission free is that we can't link with it. Okay, so if you want the commission free version of trade of excuse me, interactive brokers, then you're gonna have to type the symbols in all day long. If that doesn't bother you, then that's fine. And obviously, that's nothing to do with us. They do not release their API, so we can't. Obviously, we'd like to be able to connect to their commission free, but we can't do it. All right, guys, I'm just waiting on the rewalk to see if it can take out 250. 50 cents can be a bit of a stumbling block. The 50-cent levels can be a bit of a stumbling block for stocks underneath $5. So we'll see what happens. A word about the Joby also. So you see, this is in the simulator. So it's at 1085, down $20, okay, as we speak. Now, my stop is at 1069. So that stop is the worst I want to do in the trade. If I'm watching this and it starts to drift down and running out of steam like it is, okay, but there's no real reason to get out of it yet. But if it really started to drift down, I can always get out before my stop, okay? My stop is the last, is the worst I want to do on the trade. But I could always get out for a $50 loss as an example. And one of the things, even if you have to pay half a cent a share, horrendous, at Interactive Brokers, commissions are so cheap that if it's set up, there's no excuse for, well, I want to get out of a trade because I'm going to have to pay commissions. No excuse like that anymore. So you can always set up again for all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time. And maybe it didn't work the first time, but maybe it sets up again. And you can take the trade. All right, guys. Well, as Rewalk was approaching that 250 mark, I took some out. I just always have the doubt that it's going to be able to do that. And even if it does that, I still have some, but even if it does it, you know, there's the area. So it's not that far. It's about 20 cents away from right here, from that 262 high. You know, we're getting pretty extended on the 15s. Not terrible on the 5s. A little rest right here. A little rest right here in the 2. So I mean, we're not horribly extended. Not that you have giant green candles. Now let's see the SLI. Okay, still have the alert. But I mean, just look at the volume, guys. Look how it's just dwindling. It's just, you know, no volume. I mean, it's a big float also. I mean, you have to realize 127 million in the float for this stock. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. It's going to take a big volume surge to move it with that sort of a float. GSAT. I haven't seen GSAT for a while, Zach. All right, guys. Well, listen, moment of truth. Well, moment of truth, 250. So it's at 250 now. Can it maintain? Can it get over it? And hey, listen. I mean, if it can somehow take out 262, this would really start to run. I'm going to have to now start packing out the weekly chart to see what sort of highs we have. Looking left after that 262, just in case it does. It looks like 307 or so, $3 or so on that weekly chart. Let me check the daily. Just I'm gonna go back a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I'm going back over a year to these levels here. Yeah, I mean, I think if it gets through 260, I mean, it has a shot to get to 3, but I don't know. I just have my doubts it's even going to get through 250. But hey, I'm in the trade, taking some out. You can see my levels right there. Entry, an exit right here. Of some, not all, of course. Blue is a disappointment because of the void. I really thought, I mean, I knew 7, you know, again, the whole number is always a bit of a tough one to get through, but I thought, man, oh man, other traders are looking at this also. Look at the void, look at the potential to keep moving. That's also on that's the monthly chart, but it looks the same on the weekly chart. So, I mean, I just thought, man, if it can just get through that 7, just didn't do it. So there's an example of what I thought was a pretty good looking setup with all, you know, checking all the boxes. You know, they don't all work. Buy sellers? Okay. I know you meant big sellers. We don't talk sexual orientation in this room, okay? Yep. No. There are shorts available for rewalk at Interactive Brokers. So I mean, yeah, there are shorts available, but right now it's a pretty darn impressive stock. But again, I look at the 250 mark, the 50-cent mark of stocks under $50, the stocks under $5, the 50-cent levels can be almost as important as the whole number levels that I have found. Wish, haven't seen Wish for a while. Yes, you're right. That was a meme stock back in these days here. Yeah, okay, so some volume coming in, but boy, oh boy. It's a big float, I mean, look at the float, 372 million in the float. All right, guys. Well, no new alerts for a while now. Is this the right number of options showing up? You mean the number of alerts we're getting? Is that what you meant? I think anything under 10, and it depends, I mean, if they get staggered, the last one was at 10.19. So we had one at 9:48, 9:51, and then at 10. The 9:48, 9:51, I mean, it's 3 minutes apart. So if you get them staggered, so you're not having to, number one, first of all, I don't like to be in more than two trades at the same time. But to answer your question, yeah, I would say it's designed with the filters I've got to probably most of the time you're going to have less than 10. I'm not saying 4 is the sweet spot, but I would say anything less than 10. Now, there have been days where we've had 15 or 20. I think that is a little too many. Nothing I can do about it. Because you can say, well, why don't you just increase the filter values? Well, I don't know on that day that's the day we're going to get the 15 or 20. So if I increase the filter values, we may not get any, okay, on a day like today. But yeah, I mean, I like it. Yesterday we had, how many did we have yesterday? Now this is the duplicating, so it's hard. Let me just do something here. Here we go. So we had yesterday, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. Okay? Yesterday. So the question in the YouTube room is, what are the parameters for float? Any suggestions? So are you when you ask that, are you talking about for low float stocks? Like what would be a number that could be like what I would call a low float stock? Is that what you mean, Michael? Again, I always have to preface a float question like this though, because if a person is used to trading Facebook, okay, so you take a look at Facebook and 2.37 billion are in the float. For a person who's used to trading stocks with huge floats like this, 100 million would be a low float for them, okay? So no, I don't trade, stocks that have that sort of a float. The reason I don't, even though Facebook had a bit of a move yesterday, but I just don't trade them because I just don't think I'm going to get the percentage increases or decreases that I'm looking for. So for me personally, I consider anything 20 million and under is what I consider a low float stock. That's for me, Michael, okay? And obviously the lower that number is, that's when you start to see some crazy action. MRM. How can MRM be up 100%? Well, look at the float. 2 million in the float. It's traded 36 times the float, or not, it's traded 36 million shares. The float is 2. Some quick math. It's traded the float 18 times. Turned the float over 18 times. That's the only way. Facebook will never, well, not never, I shouldn't say that, but in the next 1,000 years, it will never be up $100 or 100%. There's only one way a stock can be up 100%, and that's if you have, usually a low float. Now, this is not a penny stock. It just happens to be a stock that has a low float. So I don't know, does that answer your question? So if you were constructing a scan for penny stocks, you would just put a price range, whatever you want your max to be. So I don't know what you consider a penny stock. If you want to go like 50 cents to $5 as a price range, and then put a maximum float of say 20 million. And go from there, and add some other filters. You certainly want a minimum volume and things like that. I actually have, if you go to my homepage, I don't use it anymore, but if you go to my homepage, one of the scans I'm sharing, I think it's called Low Float Stocks on the Move, I think. Most of the things I see in here are typically going to be low float, just because a stock to move, a certain percent, usually the float is not going to be high. But in my list of scans that I'm sharing, if you click here, I think one of them is low float stocks on the move. Yeah, low floaters on the move. Okay, low floaters on the move. So you can take a look at that. You can adjust the filters as you see fit. Well, a lot of times what you'll see, the reason why this has such a low float, an MRM has a low float, I don't know what it was before, the price was before, but typically they've done a reverse split of some sort, okay, to get that float so low. And typically a company will do a reverse split, especially the ones that are under $1, because in order to comply to being still listed on NASDAQ, there's other aspects, but you have to have a stock price typically over $1. So what they'll do is they'll do what's called a reverse split. And so you get the ratio. So if it was a 50-cent stock, and it had, say, 100 million shares in the float, and they wanted to do, say, a 5-to-1 or 10-to-1 reverse split. So that will increase the share price to 5 and reduce the number of shares to 10 million. You multiply the share price by the number of shares, you still get the same market cap, okay, but now your share price. So a lot of times when they do that, you will see them try to put out, now these guys, I don't know when they did their reverse split. I'm not saying in this particular case, but they'll try, relatively soon to maybe put any sort of a press release out there to get the interest back into the stock. In this particular case, I can't tell you that. I think they actually, didn't they do a buy? They bought a company. Okay, guys, just give me a moment here. What time is it? 11, almost 11:30. So yeah, in about a little more than half an hour, I'll be taking my break, and Jamie will be in the YouTube room. Oh, a lot of times you'll see, if a company puts out a press release that they're going to do a share buyback, you can see the price sometimes increasing. There's no, they will, they may say we're going to commit to up to, 100 million shares, but it's the up to. What if they only do 1 million? Okay. But there's no, you'd have to look at a history, of the last 100 companies that do share buybacks and their price range to see, okay, what happened, in the week after. I don't track it that closely. All right, I see the Pavin did show up in the option scanner. We talked about this earlier. They had the right option volume, but the option volume percent was still underneath 300%, so it wasn't showing up earlier. It's a bit of a, let's take a look here. Let's look at the daily chart. How far back do we have to go to see anything that could block it? Yeah, you see, we have to go back to 2017, 2016. So, I mean, we're 2029 now, 2021 now. Do we really care what happened 5 years ago? So, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I mean, it's not officially an all-time high. It's within, 29% of an all-time high. But obviously this has room. So let's see what happens. It is not a super low float, 74 million, but it's not crazy high. It's definitely trading, relative volume is 4.9, so certainly its relative volume is high. So there was some news. PavMed subsidiary Lucid Diagnostics files a registration, propose initial public offering. So, so there is some news. I can answer that. Perfect circle, 0, 0, 0. I don't use anything else. I use nothing else. The question was, what other resources do I use for trading? What are my personal must-haves? Benzinga, fly in the wall, scans. Well, obviously I wouldn't use scans because I have trade ideas, number one. So I don't have anything. I don't have anything else outside that I use. Nope. I mean, the only time I'll check FinViz is if we don't have float data for some reason. So I'll just check to see if there's float data there. But no. No, why? Why would I use FinViz? I mean, I can do everything that FinViz does. I mean, I can do here. And, well, way, way, way more. No, I use our charts. You know, I use our charts, so I don't go outside. Okay, this is an IPO, guys. Just released. Rely, R-E-L-Y. All right, guys. Well, unfortunately, you know, I didn't want to be right, but, you know, that 250 mark for the rewalk just was too tough. Okay, so I'm all out of this one. It was just too tough. I mean, it briefly got like the 252, but it just did not hold over. That was one time where I was hoping I would not be right. But anyway, well, there are many times. But, you know, it's just amazing. I mean, this 50-cent numbers, 50-cent levels for stocks under $5 can just prove to be just that little stalling point. All right, guys, 11:29. Well, sometimes it's the float, pickles. It depends on the price of the stock, too. I mean, you know, Apple could do that, I suppose, but you know, check the float. You know, if it's a low float situation, sometimes, you know, especially early on in the day. But if it's happening constantly, just, you know, stay away. And especially an expensive stock with a low float, you can see wild, wild spreads. RNAS, okay. Desi. Okay, so RNAS, R-N-A-Z-Z. So what do we have here? 638. All right, so there was news, as Zach pointed out, phase 0, haha. But at least it did have some news. Yeah, I can't, specifically pickles, I have no idea. If you're looking at things like that, well, $50 stock, 20, that's a low float, 26 million for a $50 stock. I mean, that's probably right off the bat, I could say, you're probably going to see some interesting spreads for it. I'm actually, this RNAS, so it's turned the float over 14 and a half times. There's the float, 7 million in the float, 103 million have traded, 356 relative volume. So this is one of those stocks, guys, that could just be resting for a while, and it's all about the volume, though. The volume is sort of it's dropped off. It's dropped off, dropped off. Did have a little volume push right there. Need another one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert, around that 440 mark, and see if it takes that out later on. I mean, if it does, because if you look left, 647 is the next high. So you might say, well, yeah, but you're giving up 20 cents. Who cares if it takes this out with any authority and starts having a challenge up here? All right, I'm just going to do a verification that it'll be Jamie. All right, so, okay, we did get the alert. Now, was it on volume? A little bit of volume coming in here. A little bit of volume. We're starting to get some volume. I'd love to see a big volume bar like that, though. Take that out and just pop it. All right, guys. Well, let's see. RNAZ, again, that 450 mark. Again, anything under $5, the 50-cent level can be a bit of an impediment. But boy, look at that. Look at the gap. Look at the gap. Now, this is not trade options, so it's not going to show up on my option scanner. It doesn't trade options. You can see 0 right there. So okay, well, the volume is starting to, it picked up enough, I guess. See, look at this volume now. So if you took this one, what you're hoping for still is that volume keeps increasing. Okay, you want to see that volume, even on the 15. It's still, hey guys, now this is, now if you took it, don't be afraid to take some profit. Yes, I know it's got all this room over here, but mean, because of the float, 7 million in the float. As Benjamin said, I mean, the rug pull can happen any time. Once the buying really starts to dwindle. Well, this was a heck of an alert from the AI guys. I missed this one completely. It's right in my wheelhouse. 1434 to short Neuro. And lots of shorts available. Well, not lots, but there were 41,000 now. So I recall, I think what happened here, I think I was watching this one. I think the shorts, they took them all here. Then they started covering here, okay, as it started to move higher. And then, this is in Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Good. It's nice to have a bit of a rule, isn't it, Knight? So this is what I'm talking about, guys. Looking at the AI right there, there was the short, 1434, 1322. There were shorts available. And no, now, the AI got out of the trade at 1416. I think what happened is, it's called a profit save. Now, this is why we're always talking about how, you should manage the exits on your own. So there was the alert here on that candle. It started to move down. Now when it started to move up, AI got out of the trade. Okay? Now, you didn't have to get out. Now, I would have been a little wary here too, because I mean, the alert was at 1434. So when it got down to 1370 and started to move higher, I definitely would have taken some out. Maybe not my entire position. And because I would say to myself, okay, listen, I've made some money. If it gets back up to where where the alert was, okay, I'll take myself out. But at least I made some money on the first part. But hanging on then, that second part, you'll be rewarded. Well, that's why we're saying, manage the trades on your own. You'll make a lot more money in the AI, in my opinion. All right, guys. Well, it popped right back up. RNAZ just popped right back up. Took out that 50 again. So here we go. Here we go. Look at the volume now. What time is it? 11:41. So look at the volume. This is what I was talking about. Look at the volume coming in on the 15-minute chart. See the previous one to that. So if it starts approaching this, and this has another little less than 4 minutes to close that candle. Oh, hi, Real. Nice to see you. All right, MRM now starting to really move. You have shorts for this one. This is a really tough candle now. Moving down. If you have shorts for this one, MRM. But again, low float. Low float. So you got to be careful, both on the short side and the upside. MGM or MRM? MGM? You are talking, yes, you're talking MGM right there. So there's a 2-minute cross right there. That's what Real is talking about. So there's a orange line trying to cross the 20 SMA, the blue line, setting up a potential short opportunity. Yeah, listen, I mean, blue could... Yeah, I'm just not good at playing, but there is a nice little volume burst right there. And there's my alert way up here. And see if it takes it out later on. Look left. I mean, look at the void. This could be interesting tomorrow. I don't know what the news was. Now it says completion of patient enrollment in Soothe Phase 2B trial. Okay, so they did have some news. So, I mean, going forward, I mean, if this can hold, I mean, just look left. I mean, look at the room it's got. Not in mine, Pickles. It did not show up in my flipped. No, it's... Yeah, because it only has 2,000. I'm sorry, you're right. It does have 2,000. It's not showing up in mine. I have a feeling. Let me just see. Yeah, so I made a small adjustment. The price has to be between 3 and 25. So that's why SLDB is not showing up. If I look left on this one, you know, I mean, I don't see there's a ton of room anyway. Yeah, this rewalk, I mean, the longer it holds just underneath 250, you get some volume pushing it through 250. I'm not in it anymore, so, you know, I can't. It's still, and I'm still have my price alert set for SLI. No, never know, later on in the day. You know, it's basing. The alert was at 826. And again, you just look left, it's got the room. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I just a couple of things before I take off for my break. For For those of you who want to take out not a subscription, sorry, want to try our product out for the low cost of $11.11. Click on the test drive link. This is what you'll see. Okay, sign up for the test drive. The test drive starts in about two and a half weeks on October the 11th. It'll run to the 22nd. That is 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to the full premium service. If you are a standard subscriber and you want to upgrade for those 2 weeks, you can do so also for the $11.11. If you sign up today, you're pre-registering, okay? So you're not going to get any live data until the 11th. Now, typically what we do, the 11th is a Monday. Typically what we do is about an hour after the market closes on the Friday before, you'll have access to the program. So you can at least play with the program, get accustomed to it. I would absolutely take a look at this, the 20 lessons, just so you familiarize yourself. You know, what is a top list? What is an alert window? What is the AI? Okay? You know, so don't just come in completely, you know, not knowing anything about the program. And of course, go to my homepage, and there's all sorts of education there also. So when the test drive is over, it's over. Don't worry. There's nothing you have to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. Nothing for you to do. When it's over, it's over. So a great opportunity to try us out for those 10 trading days. Now, again, I want to be really upfront. It's 10 trading days if you can go from the 11th to the 22nd, okay? If, for instance, you can only start on the 12th, maybe you're busy on the Monday, you'll get 9 days, okay? So you don't get 10 days from whenever you start. You have to be able to take advantage of the full. That's because all of our support is set up just for here. Okay? Last test drive, I think we had 2,500 people sign up. And now what I'll do is I will put the YouTube room link in. If you want to head over there at noon when Jamie shows up. I'm just waiting for him to show up. Now this one could surprise us later. I mean the PAVM, it could surprise us later. It did show up in the option scanner. It's basically still there at the same price, so there's no mad rush to get into it. But we've already determined that, you know, you have to go back to, I think, 2016, 5 years ago, before we see the same sort of high. So again, I don't care what happened 5 years ago. Hello, June. You know, I haven't looked at my watch list at all. I have no idea. Well, let's see. PAVM 941, so 963. MTNB 148. Still there. Life 1220, I think that's down. Got up to 1260. JCS 1032. Got up to 1050. I mean, so there's been some quick hitters out of my watch list. DBGI has turned the float over 2.5 times. Really choppy. So that did not move higher. The JOBY. Now, guys, look what happened. So I left that stop in, show you what happens. So it took me out for, you know, approximately $100 loss. Okay, this is in the simulator. This is the one that has a $16 price target. Actually, I don't see a price target for Joby. I just see that Morgan Stanley is, basically, yeah, no, I'm right. No, I am right. It was a $16 price target put on by Morgan Stanley. Okay, so that was the reason for the pop today for Joby, Joby. Now, of course, just because Morgan Stanley puts a $16 price target on it doesn't mean it's going to happen. Remember, they're also the ones who put a $12 price target on Lucid, LCID. You know, on the downside. So yeah, I don't have Sava thumbnailed anymore. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, they had their news. You can just see right here, pre-market, right there, yesterday. There's their big news, and you know, the market just didn't. I mean, for a while, it really cared. Got up to 68 and just slammed it down, trying to recover again. Becca. Yeah, I read the whole thing. Yeah, all I caught was really. I mean, I read it all, but it's a $16 price target. Sam. Not yet, but not fearful at all. Not at all. It's hilarious. All right, guys, PAVM is on the move. PAVM on the move. It's just a little break here now. TMC, you've been talking about that one. I don't know if that's that. The meme stock back here, just completely and utterly beaten up. Lifetime low. Okay, just a minute. I do have a hungry individual on my left wrist. Wow, look at the downturn for IGT. Now, that was briefly a good one from the scanner. This is the outer limits of what the scanner will show, you know, because I got a $25 price max. I always think I want to reduce it. I don't see too many above 20 when I've got them that really produce that much, that well. I might even reduce it to a maximum of $20. Not just because this is happening, but don't get the same sort of percentage gains. But that is just straight down on the 15 minutes. What indicators do I have on my charts? I have the brown lines here are the Bollinger Bands. The blue line is the 20 SMA, and the orange line is the 8 EMA. So I have the Bollinger Bands, and the 20 SMA, and the 8 EMA. And a good cross right there. In fact, on the 5 minute, 24.48. Great cross. Look at that. Talk about a cross. Probably a cross up here on the 2 minute chart at 24.88. So the crosses, can signify, when the 8 EMA crosses down below the 20 SMA, can signify a short possibility. Obviously, in this case, no question. Even here, sort of a confirmation cross on the 5 minute. Yeah, I already lauded that point yesterday, Real. But yes, thank you. Without mentioning any names right now, but you know why. Yes, I completely agree. All right, so if I'm really paying attention, okay, the Bollinger Bands, and listen, I'm not a, William is a way bigger user of the Bollinger Bands than I am. Real is also, but if I'm really paying attention, if I see something on the 5 minute that is way above the Bollinger Band, now in this particular case that's not the case, but if it was way above, you can start to think, that's way above it, and the theory being is that a reversion to the mean could happen. So anything way above could be a short opportunity. Other things have to happen too, but at least it gets you, at least you can start identifying stocks that are way above. And then conversely, if something is way below the Bollinger Band, you could get maybe start getting a bounce opportunity. Okay, so you're streaming now, Jamie? Great. Okay, guys, I'm going to take my break now. I'll stop streaming, Jamie, so have fun for your hour. I'm going to take my break now. I'll stop streaming, Jamie, so have fun for your hour. I'm going to take my break now.
Okay, very good, Barry. I do believe I have the helm now, so hello, everyone. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session, so I'm Jamie. I'll be your host, so to speak, for the next hour. So just any questions you might have about the functionality of trade ideas, just pop them into the questions panel there. And I'm assuming everyone can hear and see me okay, but if someone would be so kind as just to let me know via the chat panel that you can indeed hear and see me, that would be great. Hey, David, how are you? Hello, Iris. Okay, so obviously you guys can see and hear. All good. So yeah, what's this strange color that we have all of a sudden? Green, as the spy attempts to cover up the mess that it made right about here. Hello, Aya. The AI doing quite well today. Noticing a lot of green on the blotter here, some decent trades. The old original Holy Grail pumping out most of those winners today. Hello, EK. Hello, CC. Welcome, everybody. Some actual spread that we have here today in this trade from the AI, which was a short in one of the smaller cap stocks. What is this market cap on that guy? Yeah, This one was unshortable over at E-Trade. No big surprise there, because when we look at the market cap of 72 million, well, a lot of the times those are not borrowable. Had to refresh, but they're RWLK. Let's take a peek at that one. Kevcom talking about that one. And yep, kissing 250 up there. Some crazy days for this little stock. Once again, a smaller market cap, only topping out there about 114. Huh. For some reason, I just lost all my single stock data. Let's get back on that. There we go. But that one's got a little bit of fire to it today, looking at that relative volume. Just shy of 30, kicking out almost 70 million shares today. Yeah, CC, a little bit of both, just depending on the setup. It's definitely been more of a scalper's market as of late. You know what they always say, you got to adapt, and with the market action that we've had as of late, you know, a lot of the times here lately, if you don't take the money, it disappears rather quickly. You know, a good example of that was what Barry was talking about on this IGT trade today. You know, nice 45-minute run off the open, but boy, just wedging back down here, giving about half of that run away. You can see this is where I was active in it earlier in the day. All right. The question is, can you tell me what scan setup is the most optimized to give the best short squeeze potential play ideas? Well, we've got a channel for that. Somewhere around here. Or fundamentals, China. We might have rearranged it. There we go. We've got the short squeeze channel here. Okay. So I tell you what, let me do this. I'm going to do a new dock channel bar just so I don't have to step on anything here. All right. Is it not showing up in my docked? Right under stocks surging. There we go. Now, you hit on a term there, perfect circle, optimized. Okay. Well, that's up for interpretation. You can see down here in the bottom right, it's going to be, the top list is going to be showing us things with the larger float, the smaller floats. Let's see here what we got in that max. Or excuse me, the min short float minimum of 10%. Okay, and we do have a minimum float here, so you can kind of go about it a couple of different ways here. The stocks with the smaller floats with the large short interest are definitely going to be the most volatile when buying comes into those stocks. Then you have short positions covering too, adding fuel to the fire. Now, as far as optimization goes, let me dig into my cloud here and just see what I might have as far as an alert window. But it's been a while since I tried to optimize anything for the short squeeze type stuff. Short squeeze, and most of these are going to be top lists. Yeah. Okay, so we could always try this. we could just spawn a new alert window and see what we might be able to find. I tell you what, it's probably just going to be better to blank this one out from scratch. And we'll just kind of start off with, let's cap the float, okay? So let's cap the float at, say, 100 million. And we'll just put a price cap of 150. And who knows, Iris, this might turn out well, which would be applicable to scalping, so we'll just see what we can drum up here. All right, we're going to cap the float, we're going to cap the price, and we'll just go ahead and pop a beginning metric in the short float of 10%. As far as volume goes, we'll just make sure it has volume today. Won't go attaching any averages to it. But we'll just say, okay, 100,000 shares today. Old Bob Ross. Put some shiny little trees in there. Okay, so now we've got to select an alert to use. Let's see. Well, if something really is in play, some of my favorite alerts would be the running up. So let's just attach this guy and we'll see what might happen. Review these real quick. 150, 100 million, short float, and running up. Okay. So now we have to do a little back test here. And we'll see what's around the open, but you know what? Let's just omit at least the first 5 minutes. A lot of noise, a lot of crazy action. And we'll just attach something generic to this at first, like let's just do a 2-hour hold time. Won't even bother attaching anything. We're just going to see what's out there. Do a 40-day back test, which is approximately 2 months on the calendar, and we'll see what happens here. Let's see what our crowd's looking like today while we're waiting for that to finish. Yeah, nice little crowd today. Looks like the hamsters are taking their time. Not looking too shabby. Yeah, David, the question, we'll just kick this down here while it's completing its calc. So we were talking about IGT here. I'm running a couple of different scans in Brokerage Plus, still putting the E-Trade environment through its paces. Let me see on my IGT fills. Because one of them was from this window here, which is Barry's high options volume scanner. And then I also had a hit on it from actually, I'm running one of Chris Varley's strategies, and his strategy pegged it as well. I believe his was first, high options volume was second, and so that was a double buy in IGT. What do we got going on here? Joe, you were talking about AYX earlier. Almost done with the back test. Get a nice little pop on the 15-minute candle there, coinciding with a nice little range break. Of course, you probably had to be pretty fast to get this guy as it cracked that level there around 70.30. But a pretty impressive little run there. Not a bad scalp. And what else? MTTR. Doing the same thing, basically. A buy from Holly coming in right there. I really like when these materialize because that was a breakout, and it's a beautiful little opening range breakout, coinciding with that opening high right there, and boom, just off to the races. MTTR, I think that's number 2 today. Nero, that little microcap stock that was hard to short, kicking out almost 11%, but the MTTR long, nice little healthy 4.5% there. Yes, the Varley. All right, so what do we got here on this back test? Daily looking like a typical initial back test. Yeah, nice assortment of winning days and losing days. A lot of trades pumping through here in a 40-day period, 4,000. But there might be some promise. Of course, the buying power looks a little, oh, I got it on one, how did that get on there? $1. Well, I'll tell you what, let's increase that by 1,000 times. If we just throw $1,000 into each trade, okay, things are looking a little bit more reasonable now. So on a 4-to-1 ratio, we need a little over 25. Let's just see what the, okay, more realistic numbers now. Encouraging that there is a little bit of spread between winner and loser, but still way too many trades. Lots and lots of trades. Is there anything to optimize? Well, we'll just look at the vanilla options first. Are you talking about the scalping scanner that you asked the question about just a few minutes ago, Iris? Or are you referring to a different one? Because we were going to see if this might be a decent scalping scanner, but, you know, we got to walk through the paces here, assuming that's what you mean there. All right, so let's chop it up into increments of 10. Okay, interesting. Seems like these dollar values do a little bit more, but I tell you what, I don't really want to go to price optimization just yet. A lot of trades being kicked out in that first 5-minute period there. Interesting here. In that little period right there, they typically win. Over here, they typically do not. That area looks interesting. This whole area right here looks kind of interesting. So before I go into the filters for optimization, let's do an 854 start and a 905 end. And just see if that might be some type of little magical period. What's my end time there? 905, yeah. And it's probably going to fold in additional trades in that time zone, but we'll see. Yeah, so that might not be the best place to start. A little bit of improvement, knocked off a few trades. Still a lot of trades on the books. But we did increase our monthly and yearly projected, keeping about the same amount of buying power. All right, so now let's take a look. Let's go right to the float and see if there's any correlation between the short float. Okay. A smaller, please. All right, well, clearly, sometimes things go the opposite way. You kind of think the bigger the short float, the more success we'll have. And look, when the short float is way up here, that little group does not produce very well. Seems like most of the good trades are in this range here between 10, and then we might get a little bit more bang for our buck if we put a max on there. So let's max it out at $19.99. And we'll do it again just to see if that made a huge difference. Okay, so we're paring the trades down considerably. Did we lose spread? Let's see, 4 and 7. It's about the same spread, a little reduced on expectations, but that's okay. Less buying power is needed. Let's see here. That would be, let's just say 22. Okay. Still a fair amount of big red days there. All right, little intermission here. Let's see what Joe's talking about on QS. Yeah, and this was another Holly trade from today. Oh, yeah, I misspoke earlier. QS was hanging out down here, doing better than the MTTR. Now let's look at price for a little bit. Now, this is what really stands out to me when you see things like this. Boy, Barry just screamed wow in my ear. Let's see what that was real quick here. RGS. This scan was on fire yesterday, kind of soft today, but still always worth taking a look. Regis might be getting ready to do a little bounce there. It's got decent volume. Okay, so it would make complete sense to eliminate things under $4.99, right? So before I do that, I'll just break it down a little further here. Once we go to increments of 3, you can see even these guys don't do well. Well, let's just keep going. Keep turning that dial on the imagine that this is a microscope and you keep putting on the more powerful lens when it comes to price, and this is what you get here. So I'm trying to think, should I just keep all of this? Or just take everything once we get above 12 bucks? Let's try that route. Let's just set a minimum price of 12. And then obviously some things could be eliminated here by shortening that. But then we'd only have a 6-minute period, but that's not necessarily bad. Okay, let's change that as well. And that is a stop time of 9. So we'll go ahead and shave off some more trades. Sometimes things like this work, sometimes they do not. But after upping the minimum price and shaving off that time period there, okay, still maintaining a decent spread. Looking a little bit better as far as winning and losing days disbursement. And that's what I was thinking. It might make sense to knock off the really higher price stuff. We'll go ahead and cap it here. And now let's take a look at the other filters. And a lot of the times what I like to do So I'd like to see how the 15-minute RSI might impact something. Nothing too special there. Okay, breaking it down into 5. Okay, we can drop some unproductive data down here. Obviously, when that RSI gets up here, tends to not work. So I tell you what, let's go ahead and cap. We'll cap it at 64.99. Drop a few more trades. Give it one more pull. Okay, we were at 13 here. Now we're at a little bit better. So that's good. Also need less buying power, so now we're down to okay, definitely looking a little juicier. Okay, of course every strategy is going to have its losing days, but looking like a lot more winning days here. And of course, you can always focus on these metrics down here. 8 winning days in a row, not too bad on a streak. On a losing streak, 3 losing days in a row. Based on $1,000 a trade. Biggest winning day, 380. Biggest losing day, 230. So we're closing in on a 2 for 1 on the biggest losing day. It'd be nice to see this closer to 460. Still got a nice amount of trades on the scan here. So let's go back one more time. I sure would like to lose these guys, but I really don't want to lose these guys. So when you run into situations like this, you could always just break it down into 2 separate scans, right? One for this price action, one for that price action. Not going to really bother doing that right now. Just going to leave it as is. And let's see if this has anything to do with correlation and market movement. So I'm just going to cruise down to the S&P. Any correlation between what the S&P is up or down for the day. Might be able to do a little bit here. Okay. What's the point in keeping all this chop? You know, we do have some green in here. Profit factor or win percentage not bad. Profit factor kind of big. But to me, it would make sense to do this. We'll throw that minimum in there. And then we'll max it out over here. And then give it one more go here. I was just looking at your comment there, Zach, about the Camarilla pivots. And I do believe, I was just looking at my chart studies here. I do believe that is on the list of things to add at some point. It hasn't made it in yet. Come on, backtester. Don't quit on me now. Well, here we go. Come on. All right. Well, while we're waiting on that to finish, just kick this guy down here. Somebody needs to give the hamsters some more nitro chow, whatever they feed those things. IGT trying to find some footing here. I've seen so many of these patterns over the past 2 days where you're in it, comes back down, you get out only to see them go right back to highs and vice versa. So we'll see what IGT does. It would seem like the gaming industry, very sensitive to the whole, pandemic thing going on. But you haven't really seen a whole lot of, well, more lockdowns, more masking, all that stuff. It seems like everybody's just kind of making do.
Wow.
Ooh, there's Barry blasting my ears again. Let's see what came out on the option scanner. Was that it? No? It was this one. It was the short version. Yep, breaking down out of its little range here. I don't know. It seems like it's probably gonna... It might stop there at that area that could act as support. We'll see. All right. Our scan is done. Let's see how we... That was the old one. The new one. Okay. So now we've got a profit factor 2.15 as opposed to 1.65. Looking pretty good on the trade count over a 40-day period, less than 10 a day. So even better here. Let's go get that dialed in. Still got a nice spread, a nice 17-cent spread. Decent monthly and annual expectations. And looking pretty good here. It's not going to fire every day, but hey, then again, it does not have to. So not too bad, and we are getting very close to the 2-for-1 down here. You know, getting close to 400, 6 winning days in a row, 3 losing days in a row. We can see the 3 right here. So let's see if we were banging on $1,000 a trade. What do some of these days look like, right? So we can just cruise over here to the calendar. And now it's kind of the moment of truth, because once we have a decent scan, we have to come back in and check out the stocks that were traded and then decide, hey, were they tradable? Are they liquid? So I think everybody recognizes this symbol. That was back on that day. I tell you what, let's just look at something a little bit more recent so I don't have to cruise all the way back. Okay, so day before yesterday. And I'll just expand my 15-minute out here. Squish it up a little bit. All right, so edit. Right, and we're on a 2-hour hold time. Okay, so edit was a small loser on that day, but really not interested in the amounts that were made that day. We're just looking and seeing if the stocks are liquid enough to trade. And these certainly appear to fit the mold, because when you pop in 100,000 and forego the averages, you never know what you're going to get. ATRA on that day looks fairly liquid. TRIP, I'm sure that one's going to be. And ANF as well. So once again, just perusing, what a nice little run that ANF had. So keep in mind, kind of going back to what Ira said, hey, it might be a good scalping strategy. Obviously, with a 2-hour hold time looking like it does, it has the potential to be a pretty decent scalping strategy. But of course, once you see something triggered and you like what might be going on the daily, it might turn into a decent swing candidate. A nice little, on that day, once we broke above this level here and had a strong close, well, anything in this area right here is in play. Of course, hindsight's always 20/20. But we get that a lot, to scalp or not to scalp, to swing or not to swing. Well, it's all really about, how's the market doing? And swing trading, especially in this little downturn, has not been the easiest. When the market is trending, of course, I never like to use the term easy, right? Less difficult, we could say. Okay, so this little guy doesn't look too bad. Let's just go in here. Let's see, where did it go? Pardon me, I've got so much on my desktop here. There we go. Let me just make sure. Okay, so this is what we have thus far as the filter complement goes. We got the running up, okay? I'm going to do this one more time just to make sure I didn't mess anything up. Then we'll take a look at what has come out today. Maybe there was some interesting stuff today. So we'll look at that history. Now, also, we're going to have to peek at that time. So 8:54 to 9. We're only looking at a 5-minute window here where this thing produces trades. 8:54 to 9 o'clock. So it hasn't even spit anything out today, apparently. Spit things out earlier, but none today. Of course, it doesn't mean they can't work in that, but notice the price here, and notice right where it came down to, like magic, right at the smart stop area. Arnez testing 5 micro float. Let's see here. Yeah, nice little percentage move on that guy. What is the float in that one? Oh yeah, 7 million. Typically around these parts we consider anything with 20 million or less the small float. But yeah, once you get under 10 and significantly under 10 when the volume comes in, these things can really move. And look at that relative volume today. Pretty Richter.
Order cancelled.
Yeah, good circle. I mean, you can spend a lot of time backtesting. Lots and lots of time. All right, so this little guy doesn't look too bad, and it's only going to be in play when, that little 5-minute window is active. So let's rename this. Check out that value one more time. And we'll call it possible short squeeze. Intraday, 2-hour hold. So let's go ahead and drop that into the chat panel in case you guys want to keep an eye on it moving forward, or maybe even put your own spin on it. Maybe even starting all over again, using the process that I just kind of showcased there. So once I get something like this, well, do a few other things. What if, since running up now and running down now are only looking at the 1-minute period for rapid bid movement up and down, would the scan change up that much if we attach different alerts? Would it still hold up? Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. But you never know until you see. Obviously, this one's looking like, well, you never know till it's over. We'll see. You're welcome, Circle. Yeah, Backtester was motoring along. Now it's giving me some flack. So while we're waiting on that to finish, I always like to point out when we do have some spread between conservative and moderate on the AI panel here. I don't really want to use that one as an example, but that's really the only one we have up here that has a significant spread, right? Why did the AI get out in conservative mode? Profit save. And if we go to a smaller time frame here, see a little bit more action here on the Neuro. AI makes the call right here, short at 1434, and we just kind of hem and haw right here. A lot of the times when we get some back and forth motion like that, that's when you're going to see the AI pull the plug prematurely, which it did in this case in profit save. But notice, this was the biggest test of the stop loss that we had. We still had a whole lot of room, so it wasn't exactly on the brink of stopping us out. So notice the shaded area. The AI covered the trade right about here, corresponding with the shaded area. When you see the AI making that exit in conservative mode, assuming you're in the trade as well, or it might not have even been bad to make an entry right as it broke these levels here or from back here. But the bottom line is, if you're in it with the AI, you see the AI covering prematurely, you're thinking to yourself, well, I think this trade's going to work. We just need to give it a little bit more time. And that's when you can stay in the trade, take a little bit more risk, and hopefully get closer to this number than this number, or any number in between that spread there. Okay, that's how we can interact with it in real time. Obviously, hindsight's always 20/20, but a big difference, assuming or no assumptions, we're risking $100 a trade in these numbers here. So big difference between making not even 1/5 of your risk and making 1.6 risk to reward ratio. Okay, this little guy finished up. Interesting. Okay, if we just swapped out the alert, not near as well. Over here, this was the distribution, and we've got almost identical, and that just tells me that we're probably going to see the same stocks, because if they're vacillating on the bid up and down, we're probably going to get the same stocks in there. So I tell you what, we'll pick something completely different for this one. What if we just use new high? And we'll let that one be marinating. Ah, that one was fast. Very fast. Only 75 trades. Don't need near that much buying power. Not near as juicy as what we saw earlier, but not too shabby. But definitely not near as good as running up. And you can just keep doing this with each and every alert. Sometimes you find something that you didn't really expect to work. What if we attach the high volume alert to it? Let's do strong volume. Surely there's got to be just a very few trades. Yeah, 8 trades. Yeah, high winning percentage, but look at that nasty gap between average winner and loser. So big fail on that one. Probably more than likely because of the little time area that we're allowing the trades to take place is very optimized for that other filter set. But I think you guys get the gist of it there. ONTX refusing to go down as it finds this little area right here. Yeah, so not really a whole lot of spread other than the Neuro trade, but some really nice winners today from the AI. One stop hit is a good trade around candidate.
Wow.
Ah, Barry just wowed me again. Neo on the short side. Pretty healthy volume in there today, but not really looking to jump in and short things after they've had action like this. Not bad performance at all as we look at the trades here. 100% on 2. 1 for 2. What do we got on all-time highs here? Let's take a peek. Notice as I scroll through, we've got a few green guys. You know, Dell. Where am I? In the late 90s again? As Dell just peeked its head above all-time highs. Trying to stay there, but meeting a little supply up here. Quite the move on the day. On hitting all-time highs, car. Yeah, this is kind of weird because, I mean, I don't know if you guys have tried to find rental cars in the past year. I mean, it's hard. It's hard because they downsized. Yeah, so what was that dude for, Kevcom? Let's see, Jesus, talking with all these day trading videos I've been looking at that are live. Yeah, that's why we have the live support session. Look at it as a video plus. Yeah, the old commercial. I'm getting a Dell. Actually, the computer I have now technically is a Dell because they bought Alienware quite some time ago, and I probably need to get a new computer. Mine's pushing 5 years old, still running pretty smooth, but you know, that's about the shelf life of a computer these days, 4 or 5 years. Good question, Circle. I do not know the fate of that kid that was the actor in those commercials. Very well could have went to jail. I don't know. Hope not. But you never know. Well, I appreciate the comments there, Jesus. Assuming I'm pronouncing your name properly there. Shot in the dark. All right, so what else has been going on here? I was just looking at a strategy that I optimized a while back that has since fallen apart. And that is all due to the market, you know, doing its little tap dance here. You know, was looking really good up here. And then, of course, we had this period of days, and a lot of things have fallen apart. So, for example, this guy, you can just see, let's see what my hold time was on this one. This was geared for a 90-minute hold time. This one was only looking at the top 20 weighted components of the SPY, right? And as you can see, I forget how long ago I built this one. It's pushing on 3 weeks now, but it was holding up relatively well, but can't fight nature, can't fight the forces of the market. S&P does poorly. No big surprise to see that do poorly. Now, once we get up here, assuming, if we get a close above this level here, it's going to be very encouraging for the bulls, because maybe we bounce around here if we do get that strong close, which is looking like it's going to happen today. So then the question is, will we kind of ebb and flow around here, or if we do get back up here, how many days is it going to take? How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? Unknown at this point in time, but it's certainly looking good for the bulls thus far. And we'll see if this strategy recuperates, assuming the SPY does. Let's see here. Where's a good source to buy a trading computer setup? MB, that's a good question. I'm the type of guy that before I bought this Alienware, because I just got a little lazy, but the 2 or 3 computers before, the Dell, I'm a little bit of a nerd. I like to build my own computers. So I'll probably take that route this time. I'll just buy all the components, put it together myself, fire it up. But you don't need obviously if you're building a new computer or you're purchasing one, obviously you don't want to buy antiquated equipment. But any computer that's going to be relatively new, whether you build it yourself or buy it from Dell or get an Alienware, plenty of RAM, the latest processor, multi-core, and a decent video card, which that's the trick right now. Video cards are hard to come by. We're starting to see chip shortages. So I haven't really started doing my due diligence right now, but you never really can go wrong buying an Alienware. There's outfits out there that'll say, hey, here's a good trading computer. If you're a gamer and you get a good gaming system, it's obviously going to be more than enough for trading as well. Because a lot of, for example, Trade Ideas, we don't really tax your local resources very much. We do all the crunching at the servers and just pump out the results to you. Well, thank you for the compliment, Iris. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's more about internet speed. You want a fast connection. That's why we always show you the ping time here. 50 milliseconds between where I am in Texas and the servers in California, which isn't too bad. 48 1/1000ths of a second. When I did live in California, I had sub 10 ping, but that's because I was right down the road from the server farm. I saw somebody mentioning Robinhood. Speaking of Robinhood, they recently announced they're going to up their crypto game and let you actually transfer coins in and out, implementing a wallet, but that's not going to be till probably Q1 or Q2 of next year. All right, just backing up on the questions panel here, see if I missed anything. All right, looks like we're caught up. If I did miss something, just resubmit it. I'll be happy to address it. And in the meantime, while we were looking at that S&P strategy that had broken down, I want to see if the bottom 20, I just threw this one together. I haven't really taken any trades from it. But let's see if it's done poorly or if it did good in this downturn, because I really haven't even looked at it. So let's take a peek. Whereas the other one was looking at the top 20 weighted S&P components, this is looking at the bottom 20 of the 500. Did it make money in that downturn? I take it that's a coin, Shiba coin. Of course, Doggy coin being the original, Mimi coin. I find it amusing that even on television they pronounce it Doji or Doge, but just for posterity, it's pronounced Doggy. That's why there's a dog on it. Okay, so not exactly knocking the socks off on the shorts during that downturn. Kind of one decent day in that time period. So, yeah, sometimes we make things and watch them and they disappoint. This one, certainly underwhelming. All right, is there a resource with examples on how to use coding for custom formula and trade ideas? Let me take a peek here real quick. Huh. Interesting. There we go. Okay. Couldn't find my channel at first. All right, we do have a couple of formula editor tutorials. They're pretty old though. But I'm just going to drop this link in here and you'll see the two that I'm talking about. Still relative. I mean, not a lot has changed in the formula editor. So there's the link to our channel. And you'll see the top two videos will be the formula editor. One is about 8 years old, one's about 4 years old. But as I said, not a lot's changed in that editor. A way to search for the Israeli stocks. I mean, we identify the country, typically in the single stock window. But as far as sourcing a list of Israeli stocks, there's probably other resources out there where you could find that type of data. Oh wow, we've got 5 minutes till the top of the hour, so kind of last call for questions here. ACM kind of flagging at us. Looks like it's wanting to make a little run to the top of that area. Might be one to keep an eye on moving forward. Is bull hour 3 p.m.? Well, 3 p.m. my time is when the market closes. So sometimes the last hour of trading is what we like to refer to as power hour. Sometimes it's not. But yeah, if you're talking about Eastern time, then that 3 o'clock would be the last hour. Yeah, I can't even remember the symbol on Evergrande. We looked at it the other day. It's already beaten down into the dirt. Right, so you're East Coast time zone. Yeah, the you had to really be early to get some of that evergreen or Evergrande short. Of course, there's always a scandal. It's almost like the regulators aren't even, doing their jobs. Oh, and what was the other one? What was the other fraud stock today? The one that gapped down so big? I mean, I just had it up. It was Ear, right? Eargo. Those annoying commercials. Is this the one? Yeah. Securities fraud against Eargo. Ah, that is the question. A little lewd, so I won't rehash the commercial. But I think if you've seen the commercial, you know, why would I say Condor? It's that commercial. Yep. So this guy can't be that old either. Yeah. So they just went public in October of 2020, and already fraud. Wow. Seems like those time cycles are accelerating. Of course, we can't forget Luckin Coffee. Remember that one? The Chinese Starbucks that all of a sudden blew up. Amazing how these things ever make it to market. KTRA. Kintara. And that's the weekly existence on Kintara as well. So something doesn't happen soon, it's going to be hitting all-time lows. Down into the abyss. When you have limited data like this, whether it's weekly or daily, it's always a good idea to come up here and anchor that VWAP just to get an idea of where areas of support and resistance might be. Notice the purple line there. Resistance, and then boom. Had its little day in the sun. Then that purple line acted as support for a while until it did not. And then, nice pivot move below that level, back above. Clearly, this thing did get some spark to it. That would be an area of potential supply to pay attention to. But well below it now. And of course, you can anchor from other interesting points, like these wicks. If you anchored from these wicks, you'd probably see some pretty interesting stuff as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, quickly approaching the top of the hour here. Let me just ping Barry. Thanks everybody for sticking around. I hope everybody's having a decent green day. And just taking a look at my blotter. Yay, it's holding up pretty good. Some pretty good fluxes today. But on a 34 position blotter, I can't complain. You're welcome, Kevcom. Have a great rest of the day. Well, we're waiting on Barry to show back up again. If anybody has any questions, last minute questions, feel free to pop them in. The high volume ticker still pumping out symbols. Boy, AI has been all over this one in the past, as we can see from the tags here. All right, ladies and gents, Barry tells me he's starting his stream back up, so hope everybody has a great rest of the day and have a happy Friday tomorrow.
All right, so in the room, you guys were with Jamie. If you were in the YouTube room, you didn't hear me, of course, because I was on my break, but we're trying to keep an eye on DATS, D-A-T-S. You can see if it can maybe take out this 920 area. Again, it's an all-time, well, it was an all-time high. But huge volume came in. Huge amount of volume came in. More than 25% of the day was right here on that 15-minute candle. So yeah, it doesn't look good now for the SLI, guys. Doesn't look good. It broke down out of that nice consolidation. I had my price alert set up here, thinking maybe, just maybe, it would. Now this becomes a potential short. All right, well, let's see if this SLI continues down here out of that break. Here's a cross down. Looks like a cross down on the 8 EMA trying to cross down on the 20-minute SMA on the 15-minute chart. Of course, I'm sure it happened earlier on the 5 right there. And the other one I'm watching is the PTGX. That came from the modified scanner, option scanner, that I cannot share, unfortunately, because that has a custom formula in it, but it's looking for stocks that have at least 75 cents looking left. You know, when you get the alert. And of course, if you look here, this is at 17.50. The actual alert came at 17.07. And of course, if you look left, the high is 20.20. So there's obviously more than 75 cents. All right, so Zach is talking about NFTs right now. No, it's just that they don't copy. Custom formulas are unique to everybody's account. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that they're unique to everybody's account. So the normal copying, you know, sharing links and all that doesn't work when there's a custom formula in it. No, it's not. I can show it. I can give it to you if you know how to create one. I can, you know, show you how to do it. But again, it's just I just can't. It just won't copy. All right, let's take a look at some of these NFTs. They're alive. Somebody said they're alive again. And yeah, there's... Okay, so here's your big volume burst for TCAT. What's Dolphin doing? DLPN. So Dolphin's doing the same thing. So for whatever reason, the NFTs are having a little bit of a pop again. for whatever reason. How about Hall of Fame, HOFV? HOFV, is it moving too? And the answer is yes. So they're all moving for some reason. All right, so this was yesterday's news. This is not today's news, but the NFT sector follow a report that the creator of NBA's Top Shot NFTs raised $250 million in funding. Now that was yesterday's news. You know, that was at 10:30 yesterday during the day, so yes, we saw that too with Twitter. So maybe that is driving it all. We saw the Bitcoin tips with Twitter. So I guess that's affecting them, yeah. How's W Key doing? But for how long? For how long? See, this one is not. This is not popping really. Not like the other ones. Look at the SPY, guys. By the way, look at the SPY, how strong it is. Look at the move we had. So we, you know, there was already a gap up, and then the market opens, and we've been straight up. We've been resting a bit, but man, oh man, we're up 500, 160. I guess everybody who thought, well, this is it right here, you know, right here, that day, it seems like years ago, 3 days ago, that was it. And we had the rally at the end of the day, bit of a pause 2 days ago. Yesterday we had a nice run. Now look at this spike. All right, so this is what Real is talking about, a pullback to the rising 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. Okay, that is what Real is talking about right here, DATS. Yeah, somebody's mentioning Party in our YouTube room. We talked about this one earlier. Yeah, well, good thing about Party is that it's through the 200-day moving average, number one. Have to see what happens tomorrow. I mean, you know, it took out the 200-day, 752, so it's at 30 cents above right now. See what happens. Is there any news on it? Okay, I don't see any specific news on it. And it has room, you know, I mean, it's not got a ton of room, but, you know, up here, 866. So it doesn't have a ton of room, but room nonetheless. Again, the PGTX. I think he's pulling your leg. I think he's pulling your leg. I may be wrong. because we do not suggest anything. Now, what I'm seeing a ADMA on the 2-minute chart starting to curl down, and the 20 SMA coming up. So I mean, to me, we've got mixed signals. Now it's holding on the 5 or ADMA is holding on the 5. It poked down below, but you know what? We may be getting a cross here. So what is your trigger reel? A break of the 2-minute? Like that? Okay, the 5-minute. So you'd wait all the way to the 5-minute. Well, and again, I mean, this is close to an all-time high, so it's strong. All right. Well, instead of having to stare at a chart, you just stick an alert. Then it's the idea at 9:11. So I'm going to stick an alert at 9:10. See what happens. Boy, I'm so tempted on this one, this PTGX. All right, well there's your trigger. Almost. It's not 9:11. It's 9:08, 9:10 bid ask. All right, guys, look at RGS. Look at RGS now. I mean, it's nothing unbelievable, but we have the alert at 408. Okay, 408. Volume coming in. This is what I'm talking about. 408. And now it's at 415. It got as high as 416. Can it keep going? I mean, I looked at this and thought, well, okay, there's little areas, but really this is your area. I mean, 5. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but hey, that's my word. Find another word, William. You can't use putrid. Well, you know what? I mean, for you, there you go. Anemic's good. There you go. Well, why don't you just up it? You know, if you don't like the volume, up it to 4,000 contract or 5,000 or whatever number you want. So you won't see them. Because, you know, well, I'm not talking to you, but I mean, all the scans that I create, it's not like there's a magic formula for all of them. I mean, and in terms of the filter values that I'm using, you know, I mean, in fact, I encourage people, I encourage people, you know, to get a hold of some of the scans, and if you tweak them and you're getting better results, let us know. Just let us know. I mean, this is classic in you know, in a room when you have 400 people. You can say, okay, sort of crowdsource it a bit. Take the scan, make some modifications, and see what happens. I just can't do that. I just don't have the time. Well, plus, you get a lot of different eyes looking at things. It's money, but you know, I mean, there's always room for improvement. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the sectors, just for fun. Let's take a look at the sectors. What's happening? I'm sure. Well, we know they're all going to be up, but let's see what is what is the worst one. If you load for me. I'm sure I paid my bills this week. Come on, load. All right. So what's the worst sector? Worst sector. I mean, they're all up. The worst sector looks like real estate for whatever reason. Okay, worst. I mean, it's only 72% of all the stocks in the real estate. So you know, you go down here, and you look at DLR, EQIX, AMT. These are, excuse me, these ones here in the red and then red shaded and getting darker red. These are the only ones that are down in the real estate sector. So sometimes, what you know, to use this to your advantage, you can kind of go contrary and check it out. You know, say, well, I wonder why this guy is down. Or better still, I mean, here, there's probably only one stock in technology. Let's take a look. For whatever reason, TRMB is down, just a smidge. Okay. Anyway, it's another way to use the sectors, sort of on a contrary basis. I didn't have ear up, did I? I guess I did have ear up. Oh, well, absolutely. Well, not on the long side for me. It did not get away from me in the long side. No, I see. You're trying to play a bounce now? I see. Okay. This has been a tremendous short from the AI Neuro. Look at the Neuro. Now you talk about one that was racing higher pre-market. Market opened. Sorry, is that, yeah, that's the opening candle. But then it looked like it was going to rally. And then it just stopped at around 15, and it's been almost straight down. Just that little green candle. Otherwise, it's been straight down. A little bit of a base here, but continuing down. And what was that news again, Neuro? I don't even think, there was one I didn't even see any news on it, which is really suspect. See, according to Real, I don't think that triggered. I don't think it broke 9/11. I don't think it did. See, now you're looking here at a cross, a 2-minute cross right at 9. But it's, it's pretty, it's chopping around a little bit, but there is a cross on the 2-minute chart. Well, I backed off taking PTGX. I'm kind of glad I did. I didn't want to anticipate the break, so I mean, it's still, I have to just set an alert up here again. 1727, see if it takes that out later on. And starts to keep trying to fill in this void. I am not getting any new alerts. I'm just, I wanted to make sure my sound toggle wasn't accidentally off. No new alerts. But I missed this one. Sugar. Okay, this came from my unusually strong options on the way down. The flip version, ATUS, and it happened at 23.24. Now, this could be interesting. It's breaking down through 23, but what do we see here? 21.97, so that's about $1 away, but this one is 22.72, so that's not that far away. I'm looking at the monthly chart for ATUS, and I think there might be just a little bit of support not that far away. Do I have a... All right, well, guys, DATS is now back up. DATS is back up after the, it's kind of moving around. I mean, that was a mixed signal right there. I mean, that was a cross, but it is now moving up. And again, it's all-time high. I mean, there's the all-time high right up here, but it's reflecting what yesterday. So there it goes, starting to move. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, we got two of them, in fact, don't we? We've got two of them. So Real is talking about these bottoming tails here. You know, again, the buyers or sellers tried to knock it down. Buyers closed it here. They tried again, and now, well, they look like they were in control. And in fact, but it's a little choppy still. I like, if this green candle can close above this red candle, we have set up a red bar ignored on the 15-minute, which is can be pretty powerful. Audra, welcome. Are you a Trade Ideas subscriber or just brand new to trading? If you can hear me. All right, new subscriber. Okay, I'm going to give you a couple of links. I don't know if you've seen this before, but I'll give you my homepage link. If you're a new subscriber, for how long? Oh, like literally now. Okay. Well, boy, do I have a link for you. If you can click on my homepage link. Okay, click on that link there. First thing I would do is head to the education section. I don't know if you've already done this. You click here. And these are the 20 introductory lessons. It's all text-based, okay? So I don't know if you've done this yet. But take the lessons and, again, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, etc., all the way down to, the introduction to the AI, Brokerage Plus, etc. So there's a lot of information. I don't know if you've already done that. Where's that little, how do you get, okay. Also, some educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, okay. Now you say you've been trading, okay. This is a back to basics, very, very, very basic, starting off with what is a stock, okay. So there is some education there. Also, I'm sharing a lot of information, a lot of my scans. So this is a sample layout. Looks kind of like what you see, but I'm also have some other scans that I've put together that I'm sharing, including my favorite scan of all time, moving higher with unusually strong options. So there are some scans for you if you want to take a look at them. The channel bar. Give me a moment here. So, I mean, then if you take my scans, you don't even have to create a scan to begin with if you never want to do that. The other thing is you can go to our channel bar, click on, go to our toolbar, click on new, and then click on the dock channel bar. And these are all themed channels. with all, these are all layouts with themed, and they're all themed. You know, momentum channel. So if you saw something you liked, you know, this is an alert window. It's called Momo. You could always save it to the cloud, and then you know, you go through the different channels and start to extract windows that you might like. Save them to the cloud. Then you can bring them back one at a time. You know, the file load from cloud. A lot of information I'm going over, I get it. But if you take those 20 lessons, it covers a lot of this. So what I'm really trying to show you here is that you don't even have to know how to build a scan at the beginning. You know, we've created a lot of information for you. And SLI guys, you have to know. Yes. Remember I was saying maybe this is turning into a short after it broke out of here. You know, remember we were watching this one. This came on the option scanner, hoping of course it would move up. A lot of consolidation. The minute it did this though, it took out 8. I said, well guys, I think this is turning into a short. Yeah, you don't have to learn everything, you know. I mean, it's one of the reasons we create all the different layouts and all the different scans for you is that, you know, you don't have to know how to create a scan at all if you don't want to. You know, once you get used to trade ideas, you might want to, you know, create some well, ideas of your own, scans of your own, using our filters and alerts. But to start off, and you don't have to know a programming language. There's no forum, no, a perfect circle, no. Very few create custom formulas or backtest. I know you're into backtesting. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. But very few of our customers actually create custom formulas. Very few of them backtest. Yeah, no, I remember. I mean, the backtester is a very, very cool tool, but you've got to want to do it. I mean, I know that sounds, of course, you know, of course you've got to want to do it, but I mean, it takes a long time. But you know, if you're into that sort of thing, yeah, it can be kind of fun. All right, guys, so it is Thursday. So today being Thursday, there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock, which I will attend. So I'll be on mute for a bit, starting at 2. So not quite the same dynamic day in the option scanner as the last two, but not hideous. You know, I mean, you had opportunities, they just didn't have a lot of the follow-through that we had yesterday. But even the follow-through yesterday was kind of brief, but they went big percentages in a brief period of time. That's really the difference between today and yesterday. So I mean, what I'm talking about is, you know, so the blue, so every time I click, you're going to see the blue arrow. Okay, so maybe hard to see, but in fact, my new method is to show you guys on a big chart. Okay, so you see blue. There was the alert. Okay, the candle in which the alert happened. I can tell you it happened at 676. So it got up to 686. So nothing fancy. I was really hoping it would take out 7 and continue because of all sorts of room. The SLI, which is turning into a delicious short. Oh man. So there was the alert. The alert was at 826. It got up to 846, so 20 cents. Nothing fantastic, but what a short this has turned into, guys. You know, as a watch list, you know, I use my option scanner as a watch list. So, you know, sometimes, I mean, especially if a stock, not that this one did, but if a stock was super parabolic on the upside, you can rest assured you probably get a short opportunity at some point. IGT. IGT 2481, there was the alert. And it got up to 2537, not bad. And then look at this. I mean, Rewalk was the only one that had kind of a continuation before it fell on a decent basis. The alert was at, here's the alert, the candle. The alert price was 218, you know, and it was basically straight up until 250. And that's where I thought, you know what, 250 could be tough. It did try again, but Pavin, PAVM, we had the alert at right here. There's the candle. The price was 959. It got up to 970. I mean, not terrible, but nothing fantastic. And then the last one of the day, so far, RGS. The alert was at 408. You know, on a percentage basis, that's not bad. But I mean, again, not a ton of follow through. And again, all I'm doing is I'm just looking at these alerts, these alerts right there and checking to see, okay, what happened after we got the alert. Sigma, well, I mean, if it's, yeah, it's a very, very low float. I mean, the risks are, well, I shouldn't say obvious, but I mean, if you have a low float, anything can happen. They can pop up, it can pop down just in the, you know, in an instant. So you got to be careful. You can't walk away from your computer. I mean, when I don't see, it'd be nice to see if they had some news. I know some volume came in, but the nice thing, I would never be trading this unless it took out 10. You know, I just think 10 is that psychological number that could be really tough to get through. I mean, I know it did, but look, it came right back down. There's also not very much volume. I mean, the relative volume is 2.5. Yeah, okay, but there's not a lot of volume. Well, the PTGX is back again. I just have to keep watching this. I mean, it's a great base right here, over 17. We get some volume pushing it through. You look left, it's got a ton of room. Of course, it had a horrible day 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago. And, you know, that news is still there. It's just that, you know, people are trying to play a little bounce. Meanwhile, the market keeps inching its way up here. We're up 600 now. SPY's up. There's no disconnect. Tech is up. Real, did you see ATUS? Did you see ATUS from the option scan on the way down? You mean trade of the week? At some, oh, I think it was it this week's trade of the week? I can't remember. Is it this week's trade of the week? I can probably tell you. Yeah, I think it was this week's trade of the week. I think it actually did trigger. Wasn't the trigger 716? No, so it's the same scanner, it's just flipped, if you know what I'm talking about, Steve. It's exactly this, oh boy. It's the same scanner, it's just flipped. Make sense? Do you know what I'm talking about? If you don't, let me know and I'll explain it. The only thing I changed, so you know how to flip. I think the only thing I changed was I put the minimum, the price is between 3 and 25. I think the other one is 2 and 25 on the upside, I think. Let me just do a quick look. Or 1 and 25. So the only thing I changed was I wanted, if I'm going to short something, I don't want it to be like $1. So I want it to be at least $3. So that's the only thing I changed. Everything else is the same. Okay? Does that make sense? So for those of you, just to let you know, I'm going to break this one out, okay? I'm going to break this one out to show you what I've done and how to create this one. Good night, Mr. Real. I asked you if you took the ATUS, but maybe you didn't. Okay, so this is what I did. So here is the option scanner, and I broke it out of the dock. So this is the option scanner. So you want to flip it. Flipping it just means, this is obviously strong options moving higher. I want to find the ones moving lower with unusually strong options volume. Okay, wow. Sorry guys, I just have to refresh my memory before I show you guys how to refresh my memory on it, where there is some support. And what did I say? 2743. So 2743 is the next low looking left. So I'm taking some out just in case that low stalls it. If that doesn't stall it, then the next low looking down is 2197, right around the 22 mark. But this has been a wonderful short, guys, from this flip. So let me show you what I'm talking about. No. You have to create it. You guys should always, not just to you, Steve, not directed, specifically to you, but you should, learn some of the interesting features of the pro. So for instance, what I want to do is I want to take this, again, I want to have it moving lower with unusually strong options, but I want essentially the same filters I'm using. I just want to flip them. So what does flipping do? So first thing you do is you duplicate the window. Okay, because you still want this one, so you don't want to overwrite it. So you duplicate the window. Now, let's take a look at the filters. If I right-click, configure summary. So, now this is the only thing I changed. I made it 3 instead of 25 because you can't flip a price range. You can't flip the current volume. You can't flip 500,000 shares, 2,000 contracts, 3. However, what you can flip is I want the stocks to be down at least 0.01% from the previous close. And of course, I can flip this to make it the alert, the trigger, is going to be a new low. So these are the only two, except I manually just said, okay, you know what, I want it to be between 3 and 25. So how do you flip? Click flip. So look what happened. Now it's a new low and down. So why do this? It just saves you from having to recreate all the filters, especially if you have something with a lot of filters in it. And filter values and all that. It just saves you from having to recreate them. Okay, you've already got the gist of it. You just want to flip the ones that can be flipped. And then just give it a new name. Call it obviously moving lower. Save it. Okay? Can you do that? And then you have this. And this beauty right there. I didn't see it at 23.24. I wish I had, but on that, you know me guys, on a whole number break, I love the whole number breaks. And where did it stall? So it looks like it got, I can't tell for some reason, the little box does not pop up, but it looks like around 22.39. what did I say the next low looking left was? Okay. Okay, so where did it get down to? It got down to 2240. That was the low. And what's the low over here? 22, I'm sorry. Yeah, 2240. And what's the low here? So I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. So it got down to 2240. And the low is 2225. That was the next low looking left was 2272, where it's at right now. It broke down through that a little bit. I'm just looking at a monthly chart, of course. Just trying to see areas where it could stall. And to me, that this whole area right there looked like a pretty decent stalling area. Okay. Stalling meaning some support. And you can see that bottoming tail. That's kind of right where it got to. So that's the reason. I started taking some out, and at this point, I just have a little bit left just in case it decides it wants to scurry on down, but yeah, I'm really not good at identifying things like rising bull wedges and flat topped. I just don't. Maybe somebody else wants it. You're talking about on the daily chart. I just look at a little pullback and a pop. I don't really examine patterns that closely. Anything, I don't really examine patterns that closely. All I see is something on a 15-minute chart consolidating. I see in a daily chart having a decent day. And the high looking left is 29.29. So taking that out of this consolidation could, give a nice run. But it is one of those ones I typically don't trade. I have traded, I think, Palantir in the past. Very rarely though. Why? Because of the float. Because I'm looking for stocks that can really move. I know it's up 5%, but with that float, 1.5 billion in the float, you're not going to get a stock moving 30, 40, 50%. So, that's why I just shy away from them. Nothing wrong with trading them. So if I were going to short this, a couple of things. I mean, it's below the whole number I like. And then I look here. This looks to me like a support area on the 15-minute chart. See all the action right, 1, 2, 3 candles right there, even a fourth if you don't include the bottoming tail. So you've got down to maybe 28.50. So if you think 46 cents, if it could get all the way down there is enough, then you're okay. And you put a stop. So if you're doing a risk reward, the whole thing with a risk reward, if you put your stop at the top of that candle, you're talking about what, 20 cents? 20 cents. So you better have the expectation of making at least 40 cents. And in this case, yeah, because it was what, 50, or it was about 40 cents to get down here. So it was, right at the cusp of a decent trade with your risk reward factors factored in. If all that makes sense. All right, guys, this marketing meeting is going to start pretty soon, so I think what I'll do is just put myself on mute. I'll be here, and if I can answer any questions text-wise, I will. And the AI. Before I go, the AI's had like two. Well, actually, not a bad day at all, but especially this one, the short of Neuro. I mean, 12.3% now. But even going long QS, I highlighted these two in the video I did today. Because people ask all the time, can the AI be used for swing trades? Well, there it was 2 days ago. It worked out well. Yesterday it stalled, and now look at today. So I'm not saying they're all working like this, but this actually traded very well on the day the AI identified this buy right there. And now it's got another buy today. You can see it right there, another buy today. All right, guys, I am back, and man, oh man, what a tremendous short that turned out to be with the ATUS. I didn't even know there was some news on that. I just saw, the news to me was just the break, but I do see the news now, and what a great short. So the break underneath, excuse me, we had the alert at 23.24, which I missed entirely. But took it underneath 23, just underneath 23, and man, look at this, all the way down to 21.21 before it finally bounced. What a great short. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I mean there was a good bounce. I mean a dollar bounce on it also, but I didn't participate in that. So definitely going to be paying more and more attention to the downside in the option scanner as well as the upside. And it's just like the upside, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you pile into it, but and also, being aware. I mean, this turned out to be an awesome short also. This was on the upside, all right, but the minute it broke down, I mean, man, oh man, I mean, just down, even if you took it just below 8, I mean, down to 749 or so. I mean, those are great percentage moves. And in a fairly short period of time, you're not hanging on all day, I mean, you're getting great percentage moves in, this looks like this one was probably in a little over 30 minutes. And steady. Nothing like getting in and then getting a giant red candle in your favor and then a pause. Just a little bit of a pause and then a continuation. And we have a halt. AMHC just got halted on the way up. Now this one was really super active. Excuse me, in the pre-market. They've basically decided who they're going to merge with. Okay, they've decided who they're going to merge with. So, and I think the news was with Jasper Therapeutics. So they approved the approval of business combination with Jasper Therapeutics. So this is a SPAC, guys. Okay. SLI showed up many scans, but on the options up. But I was saying, that's where I saw it. I mean, it may be in other scans also, but that's where I saw it this morning. Took it long. It took it long, made a little bit. And then what I was waiting for is I was waiting for a break, maybe to the upside here. And so, but when I noticed that it broke to the downside, I said, you know what? This is a great break out of consolidation on the downside. Let's take a short. But that's where it showed up for me. My unusually strong options. Actually, not at all, Nicolette. In fact, options aren't generally. I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't think. First of all, there's no options pre-market, and I'm not sure if there are options after hours. No, I use basically I just use our post-market filter, our post-market channel. I have maybe a couple little tweaks to it, but I'll show you what I do. So here's after hours. Yeah, I didn't think so. I knew pre-market. I was pretty sure after hours also, William. But so of course nothing's here because nothing will trigger in here until after 4 o'clock. So I just use the. I think all I've done here is maybe up the minimum volume. Yeah, I think I've left it at 50,000 shares. And then the only one, this is a multi-strategy window. I think the only one I actually use is the new post-market high. I don't short. Well, I shouldn't say it. I've never really tried to short in the post-market. So I use the new post-market high, and I think I did add. Oops. Now I better ignore this. That's that little bug that you can get if you. Good. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to shut this down. So this is what I was trying to look at, the new post-market high. I think the only thing I did was, yeah, I took, I'm not a big believer in the daily volume, average daily volume, okay? I don't care about that. Because what if you get a stock that doesn't trade very much, but it's exploding today, but normally it doesn't trade even 50,000 shares a day, but today it's trading 10 million, 20 million, 30 million shares. Why do I want that to block me? So I took that out. I just said, nah, don't want you. And then I also added the minimum 50,000 shares. Okay, so it has to be at least 50,000 shares also. But really, you can try it just as it is, and see what you think. I just didn't want to get a lot of alerts. So, for instance, if I looked yesterday, I think you can do a history. Yeah, this is too many. I must have another filter. If you want, let me just bring it out. I'll show you what I use in the pre-market. Okay, let's see. Or after hours. I haven't changed anything. Perfect Circle asked me, do I have made any changes to the filter values in my option scanner? No, not in quite a while. Yeah, I can do that. I think I can, JJ. Let me make sure that I don't have. I just want to make sure I don't have a custom formula. Sorry. Now, what do I call it? What do I call it? Third monitor. Well, let's see what this one looks like. Ooh, those are the charts. Okay, so we don't want that. Just give me a moment. By the way, just a little tip. I know you probably heard me say this before. I start off all my docked, excuse me, my docked windows. I name them all docked to start, so I can do a search and I can find them. Well, let's see if this is the one. Left monitor. Yes, I think that's the one. Yep. There's one thing I can't give you, but what I'll do, I'm sorry, there's a couple of scans in there that I can't share. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, these are the two that I use. Okay. Remember I was showing them to you, and so these are the adjustments I've made. So I can just share them right now. Okay, so these are the two scans that I use in the post-market. Now, the other thing that I also do, though, for instance, because sometimes, let me just show you what I do. So if a stock has been really strong all day, but maybe it's pulled back somewhat, okay, so it may not trigger in one of those, excuse me, one of those two scans, all right. I may thumbnail a couple of stocks that I think have been strong all day that have pulled back a little bit and watch to see how they trade after hours. And if there's a big surge, that might get me interested too. But I would say that the majority of time, anything I'm going to do after hours is probably from either of those two, the top list window or the alert window. Because most of the time, I'm going to see stocks that have been active all day, probably in those two windows anyway. But I don't trade that often after hours. I'm very, very picky. The volume has to be there. The other thing is the quick way to find out if you're going to trade something or not, when you click on the alert, immediately check the spread, okay? Sometimes you get ridiculously big spreads. I just discount it completely. Okay. If I see a big spread, I just say, well, I'm not going to trade that. So even if it comes in on the scanner, doesn't mean. The other thing is I did add, I don't know, in the original scanner, it should be there if it's not. Don't know what you mean by good time for daily. Don't know what you mean by that. Okay, good. Yeah, so you want to see what the post-market volume is and the change in the post-market, okay? And yeah, so it's here. Because you'll see some stocks that are trading millions of shares after hours. Really. Oh, that I don't know. I've never used that particular one. I don't, what you have to, you can probably do a search or a click on the help. Okay, click on the help and see what it means by the hours of trading. I never use that particular one, so I have to say I don't know. If you want, you can send something to info@trade-. I'll give you the. But if you click on help, what I mean by that is, what is the name of it? When you say configure, like I'm not sure what you're talking about, hours of trading. I know that we have some scans that, have a box that says hours of trading. Really don't know, Kevin. I mean, I'll probably see scans that or stocks that have traded, a big option, abnormal option activity. I'll probably see those in the after hours, but they're not trading options anymore. But okay, so you're talking about in the patterns. Not that one though. Sometimes, yeah. If you click on it, but okay, click on it and click on the help, okay, and that might tell you what that means. The hours of trading. Never used it. All the years I've had trade ideas, I've never used it, so I can't help. But if you send something to info@trade-ideas.com, you can ask. I'm not big into those sort of patterns at all, as you know, so. There, you're talking about this. Okay, you're talking about the like a geometric pattern. So if I went help, clicked on help, yeah, see, I just don't think it's really hard pattern recognition, I find. So I've never used this. So the description, the times when the pattern started and ended, yeah, you'd have to really read through this. Okay, okay. Yeah, but Zach, it's got a $20 price target put on it or a $19 price target. Hey, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm talking about life. Okay. And you know I'm just kidding. Okay, guys. Well, this is kind of how I like it. A nice sort of tight, up to 10 here. Still kind of experimenting with this. But, the ATUS was almost my best trade of the day. I mean, really. You'd have to look at TGLS. Let's see what it looked. It was probably looking at. I don't know what pattern it came from or what strategy it came from. Let's see. Volume doesn't lie? Okay, well then that's... Where was the alert? That's, we don't get too many late alerts. This is really late, 2:45. I even see we had one at 2. So 2:45. Yeah, I don't know. Because, I mean, it's not like the volume was extraordinary. Don't know. I don't really look at it so closely. When I get an alert from the AI, this was a little bit out of the price range I like to trade. I don't really care what the strategy is called or anything. I just look to see, okay, what sort of room does it have? That's all I really do. 245 right there. Maybe it's looking at that volume, that little volume thrust right there. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I don't have access to all the filters that are in all these strategies. I mean, I could get it, but I don't really care. So couldn't tell you. But volume doesn't lie. That's where it came from. Surprised it's not more volume though. Oh, guys, DAT's right back up. Is it really right back up? Look at the volume that came in. Again, this is a sneaky one now. Look at the volume that came into DATs again. No, 80. I mean, that's a 40 cent more. That's about a 50-cent jump in a heartbeat. Now, will it continue? Well, so far, yes. Well, I mean, it's an all-time high. Let's see if it just rips. Whoop, like that. A little rippage. Severe rippage. Haven't said that for a while. All right, this is now severe rippage. Remember you said that earlier, Zach, about 950. But guys, you see the power of putting a price alert? You know, if you're not using our price alerts window, you're not using trade ideas to its fullest advantage. You know, click on new and then the price alerts window. I hadn't seen DATs in several hours. You know, but I put a price alert, I guess, in this area. And so you saw how it just popped right up on my screen. So I don't have to watch it, but it popped right up on my screen because I minimized the price alerts window. I sort on the triggered column, so it's right there. I'll see it right at the top. And then I can just click on the alert, the chart will load. And then I can see what's up. So it's so simple to do. Well, there's nothing to learn. I just showed you. I mean, I'm not trying to be trite, but I mean, click on new, price alerts window. Price alerts window will pop up. Okay, here's this. Now, if you never used it before, it'll be blank, of course. I'm going to get rid of all the triggered ones. Okay, so let's say I wanted to put a price alert right here for DATs. Okay, so all you have to do. Let me bring up my my new teaching tool. Okay, let's say I wanted to put a price alert right there. All I have to do is just move my pointer up, get that dotted line right where I want it. Right click, it's at 9.6, it says create. Now I can change it if I want. I don't have to do anything else if I don't want. I rarely put notes in. I save it, done. Okay, then I minimize the window. What I did was I minimized the window. You know, just minimize it. Now I'll put another price alert to see if I get it moving on the downside, just to show you. I'll put one right there. And I'll put one right here. This is going to bracket them. And notice that, okay, you see, if I had this minimized, it would have popped up on my screen. You would have heard it. You can put an alert, and you can put a sound alert if you want. And you can't miss it. Just all you have to do is minimize it, though. There. Just a minute. It's going too fast. I'm trying to minimize it before it pops. To give you guys the full effect. Okay. And then it moves down. But you know what will happen? So that blue line, the blue line means that it hasn't triggered yet. Okay, all these green lines mean that the price alert, the price actually triggered. So I do put a sound alert on it because if I'm away from my computer, then I have a wireless headset. There you go. See? How easy is that, guys? How easy is it? So again, 960. See, it'll keep triggering. But the trick is to minimize the window. So you don't have to stare at this window all day long. No point. Just minimize it and then it'll pop up when it happens. Okay? And you're right, it frees up the mental capacity. Exactly. I hadn't watched DATS for probably, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe an hour and a half. I hadn't seen it. You know, kind of forgot about it, but you set the price alert, and I think I set the price alert in this area right here, and boom. So this could be, now this is classic. I mean, this could be one of those that runs after hours. So I'll be following this one after hours. If it closes near the high, I mean, it's an all-time high right now, okay? If it closes near the high, you know, watch it after hours, and it could keep running. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea, but watch it in the first 5 minutes, see how it trades. And if it, you know, keeps getting volume coming into it. All right, guys, that's it. It's 2:59, so I'd like to wrap this up now. Hopefully you guys learned a few things today. And let me just get my script together. Tomorrow is Friday already. I appreciate that. You learned you can't trade. You're funny. Yeah, no financial advice. Yeah, exactly. All right, everybody. So I'll open the, again, thanks you for all of the help. Everybody pitches in and helps everybody else. That's fantastic. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Here we go. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.